On the morning of November 16th, 1532, a man who could neither read nor write stood in the shadow of a stone courtyard in the Peruvian highlands, watching 80,000 warriors pour down the mountainside like a river of bronze and cotton and feathered plumes. Francisco Pizarro had 168 men. Some of them were trembling so badly they could not hold their swords still. One Spanish soldier would later admit, with rare honesty, that several of his companions wet themselves where they stood. The Inca Emperor Atahualpa was approaching on a golden litter carried by 80 lords in blue livery, and behind him stretched the largest and most sophisticated army in the Western Hemisphere, an army that had never known defeat. Within 90 minutes, 7,000 of them would be dead. Not a single Spaniard would fall, and the largest empire the Americas had ever produced would begin its long collapse into dust and memory. That moment, that impossible, savage, world-breaking afternoon in the mountain city of Cajamarca, did not emerge from nothing. It was the product of a century of ambition, desperation, technological cunning, and blind luck that had been building since the first Portuguese caravel nosed its way down the west coast of Africa, its captain squinting at a coastline that no European had ever seen. What happened at Cajamarca was the sharp end of a process that reshaped every continent on Earth, killed tens of millions, created fortunes that still echo in the architecture of Lisbon and Seville and Amsterdam, and drew the borders of the world we inhabit tonight. This is the story of the age of exploration. All of it. From the first tentative voyages along the African shore to the circumnavigation of the globe, from the fall of the Aztecs to the mapping of the Pacific, from the moment a Genoese sailor glimpsed firelight on an unknown shore to the day the last blank spaces on the map were filled with names. It is a story of astonishing courage and bottomless cruelty, of navigational genius and genocidal consequence, of men who sailed into the complete unknown and changed everything, not always for the better. Tonight we will walk through this entire history step by step. We will meet the sailors and the kings who sent them, the civilizations they encountered, and the civilizations they destroyed. We will follow the ships across oceans that Europeans had never crossed, into harbors they had never imagined. We will watch empires rise and fall, and we will reckon honestly with the human cost of it all. The millions who died of diseases they had no name for, the 12 million Africans dragged in chains across the Atlantic, the ancient cultures ground to powder under the heel of a continent that believed God had given it permission to take whatever it wanted. So settle in, get comfortable, pull the blankets up. Let the room go dark and quiet around you. This is a long story, and there is no rush. We have the whole night ahead of us and the whole world to cross. Let us begin where the age of exploration itself began, not with a ship, but with a road that was closing. For 1,000 years, the wealth of Asia had flowed into Europe along a web of overland trade routes collectively known as the Silk Road. It was not a single path, but a sprawling network of caravan trails stretching from the bazaars of Constantinople to the markets of Xi'an in China, crossing deserts and mountain passes and the territories of dozens of kingdoms and khanates along the way. Silk came west. So did spices, pepper, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, commodities so valuable in medieval Europe that a sack of pepper could buy a house, and a man who controlled the spice trade could fund a war. Precious stones, porcelain, perfumes, and medicinal herbs moved along those trails, passed from merchant to merchant, each one adding his margin, so that by the time a handful of cloves reached a kitchen in Paris or London, it had been marked up a dozen times and cost more by weight than silver. This system had functioned with interruptions since antiquity. But in the 14th and 15th centuries, a series of catastrophes began to strangle it. The first was the Black Death. Between 1347 and 1353, bubonic plague killed between 75 and 200 million people across Eurasia. Entire trading cities were emptied. Caravan routes that had operated for centuries went silent. The Mongol Empire, which had for 2 centuries enforced a rough peace across Central Asia and kept the roads open for commerce, fragmented into warring successor states. The safe passage that merchants had enjoyed under Mongol protection evaporated. The second and more decisive was the rise of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans had been expanding since the late 13th century, swallowing Byzantine territory piece by piece. In 1453, Sultan Mehmed II accomplished what dozens of armies before him had failed to do. He breached the walls of Constantinople, the greatest city in Christendom, the hinge between Europe and Asia. The fall of Constantinople sent shockwaves through the Christian world. It was a psychological blow as much as a strategic one. But the strategic consequences were enormous. The Ottomans now controlled the Eastern Mediterranean, the Black Sea, and the critical choke points through which Asian goods had to pass to reach European markets. They did not close the trade routes entirely. That is a common oversimplification. Goods still flowed. But the Ottomans taxed them heavily, regulated them tightly, and directed the profits increasingly toward their own treasury and their own allies, particularly the Venetians, who had negotiated preferential trading agreements. For the rest of Europe, for Spain, Portugal, France, England, the states of the Holy Roman Empire, this was intolerable. The price of spices rose. The supply became unpredictable. The profits that had once been distributed across a wider network of Mediterranean traders concentrated in fewer and fewer hands. And somewhere in the courts and counting houses of Western Europe, a question began to form that would reshape the planet. Was there another way to reach the East? Not overland. The Ottomans had made that prohibitively expensive and dangerous. But what about by sea? The question was not as absurd as it might have seemed. European shipbuilding had been advancing steadily throughout the 14th and 15th centuries, driven by the practical demands of Atlantic fishing, coastal trade, and warfare. The galley, the oar-driven warship that had dominated Mediterranean naval combat for 2,000 years, was useless in the open Atlantic. It was fast in calm water but could not handle heavy swells, and its enormous crew of rowers consumed food and water at a rate that made long voyages impossible. What the Atlantic demanded was a different kind of vessel entirely, one that could be handled by a small crew, carry substantial cargo, survive weeks at sea, and sail against the wind. The ship that answered this demand was the caravel. The caravel was a Portuguese innovation, though its precise origins are debated. It was small, typically 50 to 70 feet long, and displacing perhaps 50 to 100 tons. It sat high in the water with a shallow draft that allowed it to explore coastal waters and river mouths without running aground. Its hull was built with flush planking, what shipwrights called carvel construction, which produced a smoother, faster, and more hydrodynamic shape than the overlapping clinker-built hulls of northern European ships. Most critically, the caravel could be rigged with lateen sails, triangular sails set on long diagonal yards that allowed the vessel to sail much closer to the wind than square-rigged ships could manage. This was not a minor technical detail. It was the difference between being able to explore a coastline and return home, and being trapped by unfavorable winds on a hostile shore. Alongside the caravel, European navigation was being transformed by instruments that seem simple now, but were revolutionary then. The magnetic compass, likely transmitted to Europe from China via Arab intermediaries, gave sailors a reliable directional reference even when clouds obscured the sun and stars. The astrolabe, an ancient Greek invention refined by Arab astronomers, allowed navigators to measure the angle of the sun or a star above the horizon and calculate their latitude, their north-south position on the globe. It was not precise. On a rolling deck in heavy seas, an astrolabe reading could be off by a degree or more, which translated to an error of 60 nautical miles. But it was vastly better than nothing, and in the hands of a skilled navigator, it could keep a ship within a manageable corridor of error across thousands of miles of open ocean. Cartography was advancing too, fed by the slow accumulation of data from fishing fleets, coastal traders, and the occasional ambitious voyage into unfamiliar waters. portolan charts, detailed maps of coastlines with compass bearings and distance estimates between ports, had been in use in the Mediterranean since the 13th century. They were working documents, stained with salt water and marked with the corrections of successive navigators, and they represented a tradition of empirical observation that would prove essential when European ships began pushing beyond the known world. The stage, then, was set. The economic motive was overwhelming. The technology was just barely sufficient. And on the western edge of Europe, jutting into the Atlantic like the prow of a ship, sat a small, poor, ambitious kingdom that had almost nothing to lose and everything to gain: Portugal. To understand why Portugal, of all the nations in Europe, launched the Age of Exploration, you have to understand the country's geography and its history, and how completely the two were intertwined. Portugal occupied a narrow strip of the Iberian Peninsula, hemmed into the north and east by Castile, its larger, richer, and more powerful neighbor. Expansion overland was essentially impossible. The Spanish kingdoms would not allow it. Portugal's only frontier was the sea. The country had been forged in war. It had spent centuries fighting the Moors, the Muslim inhabitants of Iberia who had controlled much of the peninsula since the 8th century. By the mid-13th century, Portugal had pushed the Moors out of its territory entirely, becoming one of the first Iberian kingdoms to complete its portion of the Reconquista. This left Portugal with a peculiar combination of attributes: a fiercely martial culture, a deep religious conviction that it was doing God's work by fighting Islam, a long Atlantic coastline, a population of experienced sailors and fishermen, and absolutely no room to grow except across the water. Into this context was born the man who would set the entire enterprise in motion, though he himself would never sail on a voyage of exploration. His name was Infante Dom Henrique, Duke of Viseu. History knows him as Prince Henry the Navigator. Henry was the third surviving son of King John I of Portugal and his wife Philippa of Lancaster, an Englishwoman whose marriage to John had cemented an alliance between Portugal and England that endures to this day as the oldest diplomatic alliance in the world still in force. Henry was born in 1394 into a royal household steeped in ambition and piety in equal measure. At the age of 21, he participated in the Portuguese capture of Ceuta, a Muslim stronghold on the North African coast directly across the Strait of Gibraltar. The siege was successful, and it gave Henry his first taste of both military glory and something else: information. In Ceuta, Portuguese soldiers encountered the northern terminus of trans-Saharan gold trade routes that stretched deep into West Africa. They heard stories of gold so abundant that the rulers of Mali were said to give it away as gifts, of markets where salt was traded weight for weight against gold dust. These stories were not myths. The Mali Empire was, at that time, one of the wealthiest states on earth. Its emperor Mansa Musa had made a pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324 and distributed so much gold along the way that he crashed the Egyptian economy for a decade. Henry returned to Portugal with a vision that would consume the rest of his life. If the Ottomans controlled the eastern routes to Asian wealth, and the Muslim kingdoms of North Africa controlled the trans-Saharan routes to African gold, then Portugal would go around them both. Portuguese ships would sail south along the African coast, past the point where any European had ventured before, and find the source of the gold. And if in doing so they happened to discover a sea route all the way around Africa to India and the spice markets of the east, so much the better. Henry established himself at Sagres, on the wind-blasted southwestern tip of Portugal, at a promontory called Cape St. Vincent, the point where the Mediterranean world ended and the Atlantic began. What he built there has been mythologized into a grand school of navigation, a kind of 15th century research university dedicated to the science of the sea. The reality was probably more modest. Henry gathered around him cartographers, instrument makers, shipwrights, and experienced sailors. He collected maps and charts from every source available: Portuguese, Catalan, Italian, Arab. He debriefed captains returning from voyages and used their reports to refine the next expedition's instructions. He was not so much a scientist as an organizer and a patron, a man who turned the haphazard, opportunistic tradition of Portuguese seafaring into something systematic. Year after year, Henry sent ships south. The early voyages were tentative, hugging the African coast, rarely venturing more than a few hundred miles beyond the familiar waters of Morocco. The captains faced a psychological barrier as daunting as any physical one. Medieval European geography held that the tropics were uninhabitable, that the sun grew so fierce near the equator that the sea literally boiled, that human skin would turn black and peel away, that monsters lurked in waters no Christian had ever sailed. Cape Bojador, a modest headland on the coast of what is now Western Sahara, roughly 1,000 miles south of Lisbon, became the boundary of the known world. Expedition after expedition turned back at Bojador, defeated less by the cape itself, which was merely a stretch of shallow water with dangerous reefs, than by the accumulated weight of centuries of fear about what lay beyond. Henry sent 15 expeditions to Cape Bojador before one of his captains finally rounded it. In 1434, a young squire named Gil Enos sailed past the cape, found that the sea did not boil, that no monsters rose from the deep, and that the African coast continued south as far as the eye could see. He returned to Portugal with nothing more dramatic than a handful of wild roses picked from the shore beyond the cape, but the psychological barrier was shattered. After Enos, Portuguese expeditions pushed further south with each successive voyage. The pace of discovery accelerated through the 1440s and 1450s. Portuguese ships reached the mouth of the Senegal River, then the Gambia, then the coast of modern-day Guinea. They encountered peoples and civilizations that no European had ever seen: the Wolof, the Serer, the Mandinka. They found gold, though not in the quantities Henry had hoped. They also found something else that would prove far more consequential and far more devastating. They found human beings who could be captured and sold. The first enslaved Africans were brought to Portugal in 1441, taken from the coast of what is now Mauritania by a captain named Antão Gonçalves. Henry received his royal fifth of the human cargo and declared the venture a success. Within a decade, Portuguese slave trading posts dotted the West African coast, and Lisbon had become the first European city with a significant population of enslaved Africans. The system that would eventually consume more than 12 million lives and scar 2 continents beyond reckoning began here, on these shores, in these decades, driven by the same impulse toward profit and expansion that powered the entire age of exploration. This was not a later corruption of an originally noble enterprise. The slave trade and the voyages of discovery were born together, nursed at the same breast, funded by the same patrons. To tell the story of one without the other is to tell half a story and call it whole. Henry the Navigator died in 1460, having never sailed on a voyage of exploration himself. At the time of his death, Portuguese ships had reached roughly as far as modern-day Sierra Leone. Impressive, but still thousands of miles short of the southern tip of Africa and an almost inconceivable distance from India. The question of whether a sea route around Africa to Asia even existed remained unanswered. Many educated Europeans doubted it. The ancient geographer Ptolemy had taught that the Indian Ocean was an enclosed sea, landlocked on all sides. If Ptolemy was right, there was no southern passage around Africa. The continent simply continued forever, or curved east to connect with Asia, and the ocean Henry's ships were probing was a dead end. But Henry's project had created its own momentum. The trading posts along the African coast were profitable. The gold, the ivory, the enslaved people, and the Malagueta pepper flowing back to Lisbon enriched the Portuguese crown and created a class of merchants and captains with the skills and the appetite for longer, bolder voyages. The infrastructure of exploration, the ships, the charts, the navigational expertise, the network of resupply points was in place. All that was needed was a monarch willing to push the project to its conclusion. That monarch was King John II, who ascended the Portuguese throne in 1481. John was brilliant, ruthless, and strategically far-sighted. He understood that the African voyages were not merely commercial ventures, but instruments of geopolitical power. Whoever found a sea route to India would bypass the Ottoman-controlled overland trade, undercut the Venetian monopoly on spice distribution, and redirect the most profitable commerce on earth through their own ports. John committed the resources of the Portuguese state to the enterprise with a single-mindedness that Henry could only have dreamed of. Under John's patronage, the pace of exploration surged. In 1482, Diogo Caio became the first European to reach the Congo River, pushing nearly to the southern tropic. In 1485, Caio ventured further, reaching the coast of modern-day Namibia. Each voyage added hundreds of miles to the known coastline and brought the tantalizing question closer to resolution. Did Africa have a southern end, or did it go on forever? The answer came in 1488, delivered by a man named Bartolomeu Dias. Dias was a knight of the royal household and an experienced captain who had participated in earlier voyages down the African coast. In August 1487, he departed Lisbon with 3 small ships, 2 caravels, and a supply vessel, carrying instructions from King John to sail further south than any Portuguese expedition had gone before. Dias followed the familiar route down the African coast, past the equator, past the Congo, past the desolate shores of Namibia where Caio had turned back. The coast trended steadily southward, then began to curve to the southeast, and the winds grew fiercer, the seas heavier, the water colder. In late January 1488, somewhere off the southern coast of what is now South Africa, Dias ran into a storm that would change the shape of the world. For 13 days, his ships were driven south and east by gale-force winds out of sight of land into latitudes no European vessel had ever reached. The crews were terrified. The ships were battered. When the storm finally released them and Dias was able to take a reading of the sun, he discovered that he had been driven far to the south and east of Africa's coast. He turned north, expecting to find land. When it appeared the coastline was running not north-south, as it had for thousands of miles, but east-west. Dias understood what this meant. He had rounded the southern tip of Africa. The Indian Ocean was not landlocked. Ptolemy was wrong. A sea route to India existed. He wanted to press on. His crews refused. They were exhausted, frightened, and running low on supplies. Dias was forced to turn back. But before he did, he sailed east along the southern coast, far enough to confirm beyond any doubt that the continent had ended and a new ocean had begun. On the return voyage, he passed the headland that marked Africa's true southern tip. He named it the Cape of Storms. King John, with a politician's instinct for branding, renamed it the Cape of Good Hope. Dias returned to Lisbon in December 1488, carrying the most significant geographical news in European history. The way to India was open. But nearly a decade would pass before anyone completed the voyage. King John died in 1495, and his successor Manuel I initially had other priorities. The preparation for such a long voyage, the ships, the supplies, the diplomatic gifts for the rulers of India, the intelligence about monsoon winds, and Indian Ocean navigation gathered from Arab and African sources, took years. It was not until July 8, 1497, that 4 ships departed Lisbon under the command of a minor nobleman named Vasco da Gama. The fleet carried roughly 170 men, provisions for 2 years, and an assortment of trade goods that would prove embarrassingly inadequate for the sophisticated markets of India. Da Gama was 37 years old, physically tough, diplomatically blunt to the point of brutality, and utterly determined to reach India or die trying. He was not a visionary like Henry. He was not a strategist like King John. He was a hammer, and Portugal was about to swing him at the world. Da Gama's fleet made a bold navigational choice that demonstrated how much Portuguese seamanship had advanced since Henry's tentative coastal expeditions. Instead of creeping down the African coast as his predecessors had done, Da Gama sailed southwest from the Cape Verde Islands into the open Atlantic, swinging wide across the ocean in a vast arc that took advantage of prevailing wind patterns to carry his ships south and east toward the Cape of Good Hope. For 96 days his fleet sailed out of sight of land, the longest open ocean voyage any European had made to that date. The psychological toll of 3 months on the open Atlantic, with no landmarks, no reference points, nothing but the gray heave of the swells and the slow wheeling of the stars, is difficult for a modern mind to fully comprehend. These men had no certainty that the navigation was correct. They had no way to call for help. They had only their instruments, their captain's conviction, and whatever faith they could muster in a God who seemed very far away. They rounded the Cape of Good Hope in late November, fought their way up the East African coast through unfamiliar waters and encounters with Arab traders who viewed the Portuguese with suspicion and hostility, and on May 20th, 1498, dropped anchor off the Indian port of Calicut. They had done it. The sea route to India was no longer theoretical. It was real, and Portuguese ships were floating in its harbor. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Because while Portugal had been methodically working its way down the coast of Africa mile by patient mile, another venture entirely was taking shape across the border in Spain. A venture driven not by methodical planning, but by a single man's magnificent, infuriating, world-altering obsession. His name was Cristoforo Colombo. He was a weaver's son from Genoa, and he believed, with the unshakable certainty of a man who has confused his desire with mathematics, that he could reach Asia by sailing west. Columbus was not the first person to suggest that Asia could be reached by sailing west across the Atlantic. The idea was implicit in the very concept of a spherical Earth, which educated Europeans had accepted since antiquity. Aristotle had suggested it. The Roman geographer Strabo had noted that one could theoretically sail from Spain to India by heading west, if the immensity of the ocean did not prevent it. That immensity was the problem. Every competent geographer in the 15th century agreed that the Earth was round. The question was how big it was, and therefore how wide the ocean between Western Europe and Eastern Asia might be. The answer, as the best minds of the era calculated it, was devastatingly wide. Eratosthenes, in the 3rd century before Christ, had estimated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy, roughly 25,000 miles, which is very close to the true figure. Based on this measurement, the westward ocean crossing from Europe to Asia would be approximately 12,000 miles of open water. No ship in the 15th century could carry enough food and fresh water to keep a crew alive across 12,000 miles. The voyage was theoretically possible and practically suicidal. Columbus knew all this, and he disagreed with it, not because he had better data, but because he wanted it to be wrong. Over the course of years of obsessive reading, correspondence, and self-taught navigation, Columbus assembled an alternative geography that shrank the Earth and stretched Asia eastward until the gap between the Canary Islands and Japan was reduced to roughly 2,400 miles. He drew on every available source that supported his case and ignored or reinterpreted every source that contradicted it. He used the smaller estimate of the Earth's circumference proposed by the Arab geographer Alfraganus, then compounded his error by confusing Arabic miles with the shorter Italian miles, making the Earth even smaller. He relied heavily on the account of Marco Polo, who had placed Japan, Cipangu as Polo called it, far out into the Pacific, much further east than it actually was. He cited a passage in the apocryphal book of Esdras, which stated that 6/7 of the Earth's surface was land, leaving only 1/7 covered by ocean. Each of these sources taken alone was respectable enough. Combined and interpreted with the motivated reasoning of a man who had staked his entire life on a single idea, they produced a vision of the world that was spectacularly, catastrophically wrong. And yet, if Columbus had been right about the geography, his plan would have been brilliant. A westward route to Asia would have been shorter, safer, and free from the complications of African coastal navigation, hostile Muslim powers, and the dangerous waters of the southern Atlantic. The logic was impeccable. Only the facts were wrong. Columbus spent the better part of a decade trying to find a patron for his enterprise. He presented his proposal to King John II of Portugal in 1484. John convened a committee of experts to evaluate the plan. They rejected it correctly on the grounds that Columbus had drastically underestimated the distance to Asia. John, who had Bartolomeo Diaz working his way around Africa, had no need of a Western gamble. Columbus was turned away. He moved to Spain, a country that, in the 1480s, was consumed by its own titanic project, the final conquest of Granada, the last Muslim kingdom on the Iberian Peninsula. For 7 years, Columbus haunted the Spanish court, lobbying, petitioning, alternating between grandiose demands and desperate pleas. He was a difficult man. Contemporaries described him as tall, red-haired, freckled, imposing in bearing, and possessed of an intensity that bordered on the messianic. He demanded extraordinary rewards: the title of Admiral of the Ocean Sea, the governorship of any lands he discovered, 10% of all revenue generated from those lands in perpetuity, for himself and his heirs forever. These were not the requests of a humble supplicant. They were the terms of a man who believed he was about to hand his patrons a continent. The Spanish court assembled its own commission to evaluate Columbus's proposal. They too rejected it. The distance was too great. The ocean was too wide. The mathematics did not work. Columbus was politely but firmly told no. He was on the verge of leaving Spain for France when everything changed. In January 1492, Granada fell. Ferdinand and Isabella, the joint monarchs of Spain, completed the Reconquista. 7 centuries of warfare to reclaim the Iberian Peninsula from Muslim rule. The country was intoxicated with victory and divine confidence. Spain had just finished one holy crusade. It was in the mood for another. And several of Columbus's supporters at court, including Luis de Santangel, the royal treasurer of Aragon, made a final appeal on his behalf. Santangel argued that the potential reward was so enormous that even a small probability of success justified the modest investment Columbus required. The cost of outfitting 3 small ships was trivial compared to the revenue the crown had spent on the Granada campaign. If Columbus failed, Spain lost almost nothing. If he succeeded, Spain gained the world. Isabella agreed. On April 17, 1492, Columbus and the Spanish crown signed the capitulations of Santa Fe, granting Columbus everything he had demanded. 5 months later, on August 3, 1492, 3 ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria sailed from the Andalusian port of Palos de la Frontera, carrying roughly 90 men into the unknown west. The crossing itself was, by the standards of the era, remarkably uneventful. Columbus had chosen his route with the instinct of a born sailor, if not a competent geographer. He sailed south to the Canary Islands to pick up the trade winds, the steady easterlies that blow across the subtropical Atlantic, and rode them west. The winds were reliable, the weather was fair, the seas were calm enough that one chronicler compared the ocean's surface to a river. For the first 2 weeks, the voyage was almost pleasant. Then the fear began to build. The crew of the Santa Maria, mostly experienced sailors from the port towns of Andalusia, watched the familiar stars sink behind the eastern horizon and new constellations rise in the west, and the reality of what they were doing settled over them like a physical weight. They were sailing into waters where no European had ever been. Every mile took them further from the possibility of rescue. The trade winds that carried them so efficiently westward would have to be fought against on the return voyage, and some of the men wondered openly whether the ships could beat back against them at all, whether they were sailing into a one-way current from which there was no return. Columbus managed his crew with a mixture of charisma, deception, and steel. He kept 2 logs, one accurate, one falsified to show shorter daily distances, which he shared with the crew to minimize their sense of how far from home they had traveled. He pointed to floating vegetation and seabirds as evidence of nearby land. He made promises. He deflected questions. And when the grumbling threatened to become mutiny, he reminded his men that the crown had authorized the voyage and that turning back without reaching their objective would mean answering to Ferdinand and Isabella, not a prospect that inspired casual disobedience. On October 7th, after 5 weeks at sea, the Pinta's crew spotted large flocks of birds flying to the southwest. Columbus altered course to follow them, a decision that, by a chain of consequences no one could have foreseen, would determine the location of the first European landfall in the Americas and, by extension, the entire subsequent pattern of Spanish colonization. In the early hours of October 12, 1492, a lookout aboard the Pinta named Rodrigo de Triana saw moonlight reflecting off a white sand beach. He shouted the word that every man in the fleet had been straining to hear for 33 days: land. At dawn, Columbus went ashore on a small island in the Bahamas. The Taino people who inhabited the island called it Guanahani. Columbus named it San Salvador, planted a banner bearing the Spanish crown's coat of arms, drew his sword, and claimed the island for Ferdinand and Isabella. He recorded in his journal that the Taino were gentle, generous, and so innocent of weapons that when he showed them a sword, they grasped it by the blade and cut themselves. He also noted in the same entry that they would make excellent servants and could be easily subjugated. In that single journal entry and admiration and predation in the same breath, the entire future of European contact with the Americas was encoded. Columbus spent the next 3 months island hopping through the Caribbean, visiting Cuba and Hispaniola, searching with increasing frustration for the gold-roofed palaces and silk-clad merchants that Marco Polo had described in Chipangu. He found no gold palaces, He found no silk merchants. He found small villages of people who lived in thatched houses, cultivated cassava and maize, and wore gold ornaments that they were happy to trade for glass beads and brass bells. Columbus convinced himself that he was in the outer islands of Asia, that Japan and China lay just beyond the horizon, that the gold mines he had been promised were merely a few days' sail away. He would maintain this belief, against all evidence, for the rest of his life. He returned to Spain in March 1493 and was received as a hero. The court was electrified. The Pope issued a series of papal bulls dividing the non-Christian world between Spain and Portugal, a breathtaking act of cartographic arrogance that would be formalized the following year in the Treaty of Tordesillas, which drew a line down the Atlantic and declared that everything west of it belonged to Spain and everything east to Portugal. Neither nation consulted the billions of people who already lived in the territories being divided. Columbus made 3 more voyages to the Caribbean and the coast of Central and South America, each one more desperate and disastrous than the last. He enslaved hundreds of Taino and shipped them to Spain, where most died. He governed the colony he established on Hispaniola with such incompetence and brutality that he was eventually arrested by a royal commissioner and sent back to Spain in chains. He never found the passage to the Asian mainland that he was certain lay just beyond the next island. He died in 1506, at roughly 54 years old, wealthy but stripped of most of his titles, still insisting that he had reached Asia. He never acknowledged, possibly never understood, that he had found something far more consequential than a new route to old markets. He had found continents that no European knew existed. The irony is almost unbearable. The man who made the single most consequential voyage in human history did so by accident, based on wrong calculations, and died without grasping what he had actually done. His name would be given to a country he never visited, Colombia, while the continents he revealed would be named for another man entirely, an Italian merchant and navigator named Amerigo Vespucci, who sailed to the coast of South America a few years after Columbus and was the first to publicly argue that these lands were not Asia, but a new world, a mundus novus, as Vespucci put it in a letter that circulated widely through European intellectual circles. A German cartographer named Martin Waldseemüller read Vespucci's letter, accepted his argument, and in 1507 published a map that labeled the southern continent America in Vespucci's honor. The name stuck. Columbus, who had done the sailing and taken the risks and broken the barrier of the Atlantic, received a country. Vespucci, who had done the thinking and drawn the correct conclusion, received 2 continents. History's sense of justice has always been unreliable. But if Columbus had opened the door to the Americas, it was the generation that followed him. Harder men, more ruthless, more desperate, who walked through it. And what they found on the other side would test the limits of European imagination. European greed, and European cruelty in ways that no one in the courts of Seville or Lisbon could have predicted. The word for these men was conquistador. It meant simply conqueror. They came overwhelmingly from the regions of Spain that had been shaped by the Reconquista, Extremadura, Castile, Andalusia. Provinces where centuries of warfare against the Moors had produced a culture that equated personal honor with military glory, and regarded the acquisition of land and riches through force of arms as not merely acceptable, but noble. Many of them were minor nobility, hidalgos, men who possessed a title and a fierce sense of their own dignity but lacked the land and wealth to sustain it. In Spain, they had no prospects. The great estates were held by grandees who would never share them. The church offered careers, but not the kind of careers that satisfied men raised on stories of El Cid and the siege of Granada. The New World offered what Spain could not, the possibility of becoming, through courage and violence, the lords of vast territories and fabulous wealth. They arrived in the Caribbean in the wake of Columbus's voyages, and within 2 decades they had colonized Hispaniola, Cuba, Jamaica, and Puerto Rico. The pattern they established on these islands would be repeated with devastating consistency across 2 continents. First came exploration and tentative contact. Then came demands for gold and submission to the Spanish crown and the Christian God. Then, when the indigenous population could not or would not meet these demands, came violence. Overwhelming, systematized violence backed by steel weapons, horses, war dogs, and a willingness to commit atrocities that stunned even some of the Spaniards who witnessed them. But the violence was not the worst of it. The worst of it was invisible, and it traveled faster than any army. When Europeans arrived in the Americas, they brought with them a biological arsenal that neither side understood: smallpox, measles, influenza, typhus, bubonic plague, whooping cough, diphtheria. These diseases had evolved in the densely populated, livestock-intensive societies of Eurasia and Africa over thousands of years. European populations had developed partial immunity through generations of exposure. The peoples of the Americas had not. They had been isolated from the Eurasian disease pool for at least 12,000 years, since their ancestors crossed the land bridge from Siberia to Alaska during the last ice age. Their immune systems had no experience with these pathogens and no defense against them. The result was a catastrophe almost beyond the capacity of language to describe. On Hispaniola, the Taino population at the time of Columbus's arrival has been estimated at somewhere between 250,000 and several million. Within 50 years, it had been reduced to fewer than 500. Not 500,000. 500? The vast majority died of disease, particularly smallpox, which killed with a speed and thoroughness that appeared to both the victims and the perpetrators as something supernatural. Entire villages were wiped out. Bodies lay unburied because there was no one left alive to bury them. The social structures that might have organized resistance or adaptation, chiefs, priests, healers, elders, were destroyed as thoroughly as the people themselves. Disease did not merely kill individuals, it killed civilizations. This same pattern would repeat across the hemisphere. In Mexico, in Peru, in the Mississippi Valley, along the Amazon, in Patagonia, and on the Great Plains, European diseases would race ahead of European soldiers, sometimes arriving years before the first white face appeared. By some estimates, the indigenous population of the Americas declined by 90% in the century following contact, from roughly 60 million people to roughly 6 million. The scale of this demographic collapse has no parallel in recorded history. It was not a conquest in any conventional sense. It was an extinction event, and it created the preconditions for everything that followed. The conquistadors did not defeat empires at full strength. They arrived in a world that was already dying. But the men who stepped off the ships in the Caribbean in the early 1500s did not know any of this. They saw opportunity, not apocalypse. And the rumors that began filtering back from the mainland, rumors of cities with walls of gold, of kings who wore emeralds the size of a man's fist, of civilization so wealthy that they paved their streets with precious metal, drew them westward like moths to a fire they could not resist and could not imagine would burn them. The first of the great conquistadors to reach the mainland was Hernán Cortés, and the civilization he encountered was one that would have astonished any European who saw it. The Aztec Empire, or more properly the Triple Alliance of Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan, dominated central Mexico. Its capital, Tenochtitlan, was built on an island in Lake Texcoco, connected to the mainland by 3 great causeways and home to a population of perhaps 200,000 people, making it one of the largest cities on earth at the time. Larger than London, larger than Paris, larger than any city in Spain. Its great temple pyramid rose nearly 200 feet above a central plaza, swept clean and painted in brilliant colors. Its markets sold goods from across Mesoamerica: jade, cacao, cotton, obsidian, feathers, rubber, vanilla, and human beings. Its aqueduct system brought fresh water from the mainland springs. Its botanical gardens held specimens collected from every ecological zone in the empire. Bernal Diaz del Castillo, a soldier who accompanied Cortés and later wrote one of the most vivid first-hand accounts of the conquest, stood on one of the causeways and saw Tenochtitlan for the first time. He wrote that the soldiers could not believe their eyes, that some of them asked whether what they were seeing was a dream. It was not a dream. It was an empire that demanded tribute from hundreds of subject peoples, that practiced a form of ritual human sacrifice on a scale that horrified even the battle-hardened Spaniards, and that was in 1519 at the peak of its power under the rule of Montezuma II, Moctezuma Xocoyotzin, a man who was simultaneously a ruthless military strategist, a brooding mystic, and, as Cortés would discover, a leader paralyzed by the suspicion that the strangers arriving on his coast might be something more than human. Cortés landed on the coast of Mexico in February 1519 with roughly 600 men, 16 horses, and a handful of small cannon. He was 33 years old, the son of a minor nobleman from Extremadura, educated enough to have attended the University of Salamanca, but restless enough to have abandoned his studies for the promise of the New World. He had spent 15 years in the Caribbean, acquiring land, wealth, political connections, and a reputation for both charm and ruthlessness. He was handsome, literate, politically sophisticated, and absolutely merciless when the situation required it, which, in the world of the conquistadors, was most of the time. What happened next defies simple explanation, and historians have been arguing about it for 500 years. Cortés, with his tiny force, marched inland, forged alliances with peoples who resented Aztec domination, most crucially the Tlaxcalans, who became his most important military allies, and arrived at the gates of Tenochtitlan on November 8, 1519. Montezuma received him peacefully, housed the Spaniards in a palace, and showered them with gifts. Within a week, Cortés had seized Montezuma as a hostage in his own capital. Within 18 months, after a series of battles, massacres, sieges, betrayals, and an epidemic of smallpox that killed Montezuma's successor and devastated the city's defenders, Tenochtitlan fell. The city was systematically demolished, its temples pulled down, its canals filled in, its population scattered. On its ruins, the Spaniards built Mexico City, the capital of New Spain, which stands on the same site today. The fall of Tenochtitlan sent shockwaves through the Spanish colonial world. A handful of men had toppled an empire. The gold and treasure that flowed back to Spain dazzled the court and electrified every fortune-hungry hidalgo in the Caribbean. If Cortés could do it, so could others. The race to find the next Tenochtitlan, the next Montezuma, the next mountain of gold had begun, and the man who would win that race was already watching from the margins, calculating his odds, gathering his nerve. He was older than Cortés, rougher, less educated, and far more patient. He had spent 30 years in the New World without achieving anything of note. He had fought in skirmishes, managed estates, failed at commerce, and watched younger, luckier men claim the prizes he believed should have been his. He was illiterate, scarred, and running out of time. His name was Francisco Pizarro, and the empire he would find was larger, wealthier, and more sophisticated than anything Cortés had encountered. But to reach it, he would have to endure something that would have broken most men. Years of failure, jungle, disease, starvation, and the slow erosion of hope that comes from chasing a rumor down a continent's edge, never quite finding what the rumor promised, never quite willing to stop looking. The story of Pizarro's obsession, and of the empire he would destroy, begins in the sweltering port town of Panama, where the Pacific Ocean lapped at the pilings of a frontier settlement, and where the rumors filtering up from the south spoke of a kingdom somewhere beyond the horizon where the temples were sheathed in gold and the emperor drank from golden cups. Pizarro listened, and he began to plan. Panama in the 1520s was a place that attracted the desperate and repelled the sensible. It was a humid, fever-ridden settlement clinging to the Pacific coast of the isthmus, surrounded by jungle so dense that a man could lose sight of the sky 20 paces from the town's edge. Mosquitoes bred in every puddle. Malaria and yellow fever killed with casual regularity. The streets, such as they were, turned to mud in the rains and baked to cracked clay in the dry season. The men who gathered here were the ones who had not yet made their fortunes in the Caribbean, the ones who had arrived too late for the easy plunder, who had watched Cortés sail to glory and wondered when their own moment would come. Francisco Pizarro was 50 years old. In an age when life expectancy hovered around 40, this made him an old man. He had been born in Trujillo, in Extremadura, the same harsh, arid province of western Spain that had produced Cortés and a disproportionate number of the men who would carve the Spanish Empire out of the flesh of the Americas. He was the illegitimate son of a minor infantry officer and a woman of no social standing. According to some accounts, he had been abandoned as an infant and suckled by a sow, a detail that has the flavor of legend, but the Pizarro's enemies repeated often enough to suggest it carried at least a metaphorical truth. He received no education. He never learned to read or sign his own name. He was raised, if that is the right word, among soldiers and swineherds, and he absorbed from his upbringing a set of convictions that would serve him in the New World, that the strong took from the weak, that loyalty was a commodity to be purchased with gold and enforced with fear, and that a man who waited for permission to act would wait forever. He had come to the Americas around 1502, part of the great wave of fortune seekers who followed Columbus's wake. For 2 decades, he had done what such men did: fought in small campaigns, participated in slave raids, acquired modest grants of land and labor. He had been present at Vasco Núñez de Balboa's crossing of the Isthmus of Panama in 1513, the expedition that gave Europeans their first glimpse of the Pacific Ocean. He had served the colonial governor with enough loyalty to earn a reputation as dependable, if not brilliant. But dependability did not make a man rich. The great prizes went to men who gambled everything on a single bold stroke, and Pizarro had not yet found his gamble. The rumors changed that. They came from indigenous traders along the Pacific coast, from captured fishermen, from the fragments of intelligence that drifted northward through the network of coastal peoples who had been trading with each other for centuries. Somewhere to the south, far down the Pacific coast and high in the mountains, there was a kingdom. A great kingdom. A kingdom of gold. The details were vague and contradictory, as rumors always are, but they were persistent, and they grew more specific with each retelling. The kingdom was called Peru, or Peru. The Spaniards would eventually render it as Peru. Its rulers commanded armies of tens of thousands. Its temples were decorated with gold so abundant that it was used for ornamentation the way Europeans used wood or stone. Its roads stretched for thousands of miles through mountains so high that snow lay on their peaks even in the tropics. These were not the idle fantasies of men who wanted to believe. They were the echoes, distorted by distance and language but recognizably real, of the Inca Empire. The largest state in the pre-Columbian Americas, an empire that stretched nearly 3,000 miles along the western spine of South America, from modern-day Colombia to central Chile, governing a population of perhaps 12 million people with a sophistication that rivaled anything in Europe. Pizarro found two partners for his venture. The first was Diego de Almagro, a man whose origins were even more obscure than Pizarro's own. Almagro was a foundling, abandoned at birth, raised by strangers, scarred by a knife fight that had cost him an eye. He was tough, charismatic, and possessed of a fierce personal loyalty that made men willing to follow him into circumstances that reason counseled against. The second partner was Hernando de Luque, a priest who served as the venture's financier and organizer, channeling funds from a wealthy colonial judge named Gaspar de Espinosa. The three men formed a company, a empresa, and agreed to split equally whatever wealth the expedition produced. The first expedition departed Panama in November 1524, carrying roughly 80 men and 4 horses in a single small ship. It was a disaster. The ship sailed south along the Colombian coast, fighting contrary winds and currents, stopping periodically to send men ashore in search of food and information. They found neither. The coast was a wall of mangrove swamp and jungle, inhabited by peoples who had no interest in Spanish friendship and considerable skill with poison-tipped arrows. The men grew sick, supplies ran out. They ate the leather strapping from their armor and chewed the soles of their boots. Almagro, who had followed in a second ship, lost an eye to an indigenous arrow. His remaining eye, some sources say, though others suggest it was the same one previously damaged. The expedition turned back, having accomplished nothing except the confirmation that the coast south of Panama was hostile, disease-ridden, and apparently empty of gold. A second expedition departed in 1526, better supplied and carrying 160 men in 2 ships. This time, Pizarro pushed further south past the Colombian coast and into the waters off modern-day Ecuador. He sent his pilot, Bartolomé Ruiz, ahead to scout, and Ruiz made a discovery that electrified the expedition. Off the coast of Ecuador, Ruiz encountered a large balsa wood trading raft sailing north. It was crewed by indigenous merchants and carried a cargo that made the Spaniards' breath stop. Finely woven textiles, ceramic vessels of extraordinary quality, and objects made of gold and silver. The merchants told Ruiz, through gestures and the broken communication of first contact, that they came from a great kingdom to the south. This was the first direct evidence the Spaniards had obtained that the rumors of a wealthy southern civilization were based in reality, but the evidence came at a cost. The expedition was again running low on food, and the men were again falling sick. Pizarro established a camp on a desolate island called Isla del Gallo off the Colombian coast, while Almagro returned to Panama for reinforcements. What happened on Isla del Gallo became one of the foundational legends of the Spanish conquest. The men were starving, sick, and desperate to go home. When a relief ship arrived from Panama carrying not reinforcements, but orders from the governor to abandon the expedition and return, the majority of the men rushed to board it. Pizarro, according to the accounts that have survived, drew his sword and scratched a line in the sand. He pointed south toward the unknown, and then north, toward Panama and safety. He invited any man who wished to continue to cross the line and stand with him. 13 men crossed. The rest boarded the ship and sailed north, leaving Pizarro and his 13 companions on a strip of sand in the Pacific, with almost no food, no ship, and no reasonable expectation of survival. The episode became known as the 13 of Fame, Los Trece de la Fama, and it entered Spanish colonial mythology as the defining image of conquistador determination. Whether it happened exactly as the chroniclers described it is unknowable. What is certain is that Pizarro refused to abandon the venture, that the overwhelming majority of his men did abandon it, and that Pizarro waited on that island for 7 months until a ship finally arrived to carry his small band further south. When the ship came, Pizarro sailed down the coast to the region of modern-day Tumbes in northern Peru, and there for the first time Spaniards laid eyes on the Inca Empire. What they saw stunned them. Tumbes was not a capital city, it was a provincial outpost, a relatively minor settlement in the vast Inca administrative network. But to men who had spent years hacking through jungle and eating boot leather, it appeared almost miraculous. The buildings were made of fitted stone. The streets were clean and ordered. An irrigation system channeled water through the surrounding farmland with an engineering precision that European agriculture could not match. There was a temple dedicated to the sun god Inti, and its walls were reportedly sheathed in plates of gold. Officials in fine wool garments administered a system of taxation, labor conscription, and food distribution that kept the population fed and the empire functioning across an astonishing range of geography, from the coastal deserts to the high mountain passes to the eastern slopes of the Andes, where the land dropped away into the Amazon basin. Pizarro spent several weeks along the coast, gathering intelligence, trading cautiously with local officials, and absorbing the scale of what he had found. He was shrewd enough to understand that his tiny band could not attempt a conquest, not yet. He needed men, ships, weapons, horses, and most importantly, royal authorization. Without the crown's backing, any territory he seized could be claimed by a rival with better connections at court. Pizarro sailed back to Panama and from there to Spain, where he would spend the next 2 years securing the legal foundation for the destruction of a civilization. He arrived at the Spanish court in 1528 and presented himself to King Charles V, Charles I of Spain, who was simultaneously the Holy Roman Emperor, the most powerful monarch in Europe, and a man perpetually in need of money to fund his wars. Pizarro brought samples of Peruvian gold and silver, fine textiles, and living llamas, animals no European had ever seen. He described the wealth of the kingdom he had found in terms calibrated to appeal to a monarch's greed and a Christian sense of divine mission. Here was a great pagan empire, rich beyond imagination, ripe for conquest and conversion. All it required was the crown's permission and a modest investment in men and materiel. Charles was persuaded. In July 1529, he signed the Capitulación de Toledo, granting Pizarro the title of Governor and Captain General of Peru, along with extensive rights to exploit whatever he found there. Pizarro also recruited his 4 brothers, Hernando, Juan, Gonzalo, and Francisco Martín, to join the enterprise. The Pizarro brothers were a formidable clan, bound by blood loyalty and a shared ruthlessness that would prove as effective in conquering an empire as it would prove destructive in governing one. Pizarro returned to Panama and assembled his invasion force. It was by any rational assessment absurd. 168 men, 67 horses, 3 small cannon, a handful of arquebuses, marine, the primitive muskets of the era, unreliable in damp weather and slow to reload, but terrifying in their noise and their ability to kill at a distance that no indigenous weapon could match. With this force, Pizarro proposed to conquer an empire of 12 million people defended by an army that could field 80,000 trained warriors. The absurdity was compounded by what Pizarro did not know. He did not know the geography of the Inca Empire, the sheer vertical scale of the Andes, the deserts of the coast, the distances involved. He did not know the sophistication of Inca military organization, which could mobilize and supply armies across thousands of miles using a road network and a system of relay runners that transmitted messages faster than a man on horseback. He did not know the political structure of the empire, which concentrated absolute power in the figure of the Sapa Inca, the emperor, to a degree that would have seemed excessive even to the monarchs of Europe. But there was one thing Pizarro did not know that would matter more than all the rest. He did not know that the Inca Empire was in the final stages of a catastrophic civil war. The Sapa Inca Huayna Capac, who had ruled the empire at its greatest extent, had died around 1527, almost certainly of smallpox, which had raced south from the Caribbean through Central America and into South America ahead of any Spanish soldier. The disease killed Huayna Capac and his designated heir in quick succession, leaving the succession in dispute. 2 of his surviving sons claimed the throne. Huáscar, based in the traditional Inca capital of Cusco in the southern highlands, had the support of the Cusco nobility and the traditional priesthood. Atahualpa, based in the northern city of Quito, commanded the loyalty of the empire's most experienced generals and its battle-hardened northern armies, which had spent years campaigning to extend Inca control into modern-day Ecuador and Colombia. The civil war that followed was devastating. It lasted roughly 5 years, consumed tens of thousands of lives, and shattered the political unity that had been the empire's greatest strength. By the time Pizarro landed on the Peruvian coast in 1532, Atahualpa had won. His generals had captured Huáscar and were systematically exterminating Huáscar's supporters, his family, and anyone connected to the Cusco faction. The empire was exhausted, its armies depleted, its administrative system strained to breaking, and its population still reeling from the waves of European disease that continued to sweep through communities with no immunity and no understanding of what was killing them. Pizarro could not have timed his arrival more perfectly if he had planned it for a decade. He landed at Tumbes in early 1532, marched south along the coast, and established a settlement he called San Miguel de Piura, the first Spanish city in Peru. Reports reached him that Atahualpa was camped in the highland city of Cajamarca, resting with his army after the final battles of the Civil War. Pizarro made the decision that would define his life and seal the fate of the Inca Empire. He would march into the mountains and confront Atahualpa directly. The march from the coast to Cajamarca took Pizarro's men through some of the most dramatic terrain on Earth. They climbed from sea level into the Andes, following narrow trails that wound along the edges of gorges thousands of feet deep. The altitude sickened men accustomed to the lowlands. The horses, which had never encountered such terrain, stumbled on the rocky paths. The temperature dropped as they climbed from the humid heat of the coast to the thin, frigid air of the highland passes. At the highest points of the crossing, the Spaniards could look down and see clouds below them, filling the valleys like white lakes. They encountered no resistance. Atahualpa's scouts observed the Spanish column and reported its progress to the emperor, who made no move to stop it. This decision has puzzled historians for centuries. Atahualpa had an army of perhaps 80,000 men camped at Cajamarca. He could have blocked the mountain passes, ambushed the Spaniards on the narrow trails, starved them, or simply refused to meet them. He did none of these things. He let them come. The most likely explanation is a combination of curiosity, intelligence gathering, and supreme confidence. Atahualpa had just won a civil war against the most formidable military force in the Americas. He commanded the most powerful army on the continent. The idea that 168 ragged foreigners on strange animals represented a threat to his empire was, from his perspective, laughable. He wanted to see these strangers, to assess them, to understand what they wanted and what they could offer. He may also have hoped to acquire their horses and weapons, particularly the metal armor and swords, which were vastly superior to anything in the Inca arsenal, for use in consolidating his still fragile hold on the throne. Whatever his reasoning, Atahualpa allowed Pizarro's column to cross the Andes unmolested and descend into the valley of Cajamarca. On the afternoon of November 15, 1532, the Spaniards entered the city. They found it nearly deserted. The population had withdrawn. Across the valley, covering the hillside like a vast encampment, Atahualpa's army sprawled in its tens of thousands, cooking fires, sending columns of smoke into the mountain air. Pedro Pizarro, Francisco's young cousin, who served as his page and would later write one of the most detailed accounts of the conquest, described the sight of those fires stretching across the hillside and admitted that the spectacle filled every Spaniard present with terror. That night, Pizarro devised his plan. It was simple to the point of insanity, and it depended on a ruthlessness so complete that it would have been unimaginable to Atahualpa, who operated within a framework of warfare that, for all its brutality, observed certain diplomatic conventions that the Spaniards did not recognize and had no intention of honoring. Pizarro would invite Atahualpa into the central plaza of Cajamarca. The cavalry and infantry would be hidden in the buildings surrounding the plaza. When a signal was given, they would attack without warning, seize the emperor, and massacre his escort. The plan was essentially an ambush and a violation of every rule of the parley that Atahualpa believed he was entering. Its success depended on surprise, on the devastating shock effect of horses and steel in an enclosed space, and on a single crucial wager, that the Inca army, however vast, would be paralyzed by the capture of its emperor because the Inca political system concentrated authority so completely in the person of the Sapa Inca that without him, no one could give orders. It was, in every sense, a bet the company move. If it failed, every Spaniard in Cajamarca would die. There was no escape route, no reinforcement, no fallback position. Pizarro was staking everything on a single afternoon. The morning of November 16th dawned clear and cold. The Spaniards took their positions in the buildings around the plaza and waited. The hours passed. Atahualpa did not come. The morning became afternoon. The tension in those hidden rooms, where men crouched beside their horses with weapons drawn, listening for the sound of an approaching army, was unendurable. Some men prayed, some men wept. The stain of urine spread on the stone floors beneath soldiers who could not control their fear. Then, in the late afternoon, Atahualpa began to move. He came in procession, preceded by thousands of attendants who swept the road before him, cleared stones from his path, and sang songs of praise that echoed across the valley like a hymn from a world the Spaniards could not comprehend. The procession moved with deliberate, almost liturgical slowness. First came squadrons of men in checkered livery, picking up every straw and pebble from the ground and carrying them away. Then came more attendants in different uniforms, singing and dancing. Then came men wearing crowns of gold and silver. And then, at the center of the procession, borne on a litter covered in parrot feathers and studded with plates of gold and silver that caught the thin mountain sunlight and threw it back in blinding fragments, came Atahualpa himself. The Sapa Inca was seated on a small golden stool, wearing a crown of wool and feathers, a collar of emeralds the size of pigeons' eggs around his neck. His face was painted. His expression, according to every Spanish account that describes this moment, was one of absolute composure, the studied indifference of a man who ruled 11 million people and had never in his life encountered a force he could not command. 80 lords in rich blue livery carried his litter on their shoulders, and when one stumbled from fatigue, he was immediately replaced without the litter breaking stride. Behind Atahualpa came another litter carrying a chief lord of the empire, and behind him another, and behind them came the mass of the Inca army filling the valley floor, their ranks so deep and so numerous that the last files were still emerging from their camp when the first had entered the plaza. The accounts diverge on how many warriors accompanied Atahualpa into Cajamarca itself. Some say 6,000, others say as many as 10,000. Most were unarmed or lightly armed. This was, in Atahualpa's understanding, a diplomatic meeting, not a battle. The warriors carried ceremonial weapons, slings and small axes beneath their tunics, but they had left their heavy weapons, the war clubs, the bronze-headed maces, the long spears, and Nicoramor in the camp outside the city. This detail would prove decisive. Atahualpa had dressed for a parley. Pizarro had prepared a slaughter. The plaza of Cajamarca was a large open space surrounded by low stone buildings with multiple doorways, buildings in which, at that moment, 62 Spanish horsemen sat mounted in their saddles, lances couched, in rooms so cramped that the horses could barely turn. In other buildings, infantry waited with swords drawn. At the corner of the plaza, 2 small cannon were loaded with shot and aimed at the center of the square. The arquebusiers had their matches lit, the slow-burning fuses that would ignite the powder when the moment came. As Atahualpa's litter entered the plaza, a Dominican friar named Vicente de Valverde walked out to meet him. What happened in the next few minutes has been described differently by every chronicler who recorded it, but the broad outlines are consistent. Valverde approached the litter, carrying a Bible and a crucifix, and delivered what was known as the requerimiento, a formal declaration mandated by Spanish law informing the indigenous ruler that the Pope had granted sovereignty over his lands to the King of Spain, that the Christian God was the one true God, and that the ruler must accept baptism, acknowledge Spanish authority, and submit peacefully or face the consequences. The requerimiento was delivered in Spanish, a language Atahualpa did not speak, through an interpreter whose command of both languages was almost certainly inadequate to convey the theological and legal nuances of what was being said. The entire exchange had the quality of a legal formality performed not for the benefit of the listener, but for the record, a bureaucratic procedure designed to provide retroactive justification for whatever was about to happen. Atahualpa, through the interpreter, asked where Valverde's authority came from. Valverde held up the Bible. Atahualpa took it, examined it. He had never seen a book before, held it to his ear, and when it failed to speak to him, threw it on the ground, or he dropped it, or Valverde fumbled it and it fell. The accounts disagree. What they agree on is that the Bible ended up on the ground, and that Valverde retreated toward Pizarro, shouting that the Inca had rejected the word of God. Pizarro gave the signal. Some accounts say he waved a white cloth. Others say he simply shouted. What is not disputed is what followed. The cannon fired into the packed mass of bodies in the plaza. The arquebuses discharged, and then the cavalry burst from the surrounding buildings on all sides simultaneously, lances lowered, horses screaming, iron shoes striking sparks from the stone pavement, and drove into the crowd of Inca attendants and warriors with a violence that is difficult to reconstruct in language adequate to its reality. The Inca had never seen horses. They had never heard gunfire. They had never encountered men encased in steel armor that their weapons could not penetrate. The psychological shock alone might have been sufficient to rout them, but the physical reality was worse. The cavalry lances punched through cotton armor and unshielded bodies with ease. The swords, Toledo steel, the finest edged weapons in the world, severed limbs and open torsos. The horses, trained for war, bit and trampled and kicked. The plaza was an enclosed space with limited exits, and as the Inca tried to flee, they crushed against each other in the doorways and died in heaps. The Spanish infantry followed the cavalry, methodically killing anyone who had fallen or who was trapped against the walls. The cannon were reloaded and fired again. The arquebusiers shot into the mass at point-blank range, and through all of this, the litter bearers carrying Atahualpa held their ground with a courage that every Spanish chronicler acknowledges with something approaching awe. As one bearer fell, another took his place. Pizarro's men hacked at the bearer's arms, cutting off hands and shoulders, and still the litter did not fall. Men held the poles with their stumps. Men supported the litter with their bodies as they died. It was not until Pizarro himself waded into the melee, grabbed Atahualpa by the arm, and dragged him from the litter that the emperor was finally taken. In the struggle, Pizarro received the only Spanish wound of the entire engagement, a cut on his hand, inflicted not by an Inca weapon but by one of his own men's swords as the Spaniard lunged for Atahualpa. The killing lasted approximately 90 minutes. When it was over, roughly 7,000 Inca lay dead in and around the plaza of Cajamarca. The Spanish dead numbered 0. The Spanish wounded numbered 1. Pizarro himself from the accidental cut, 7,000 to 0. The disparity is so extreme that it requires explanation beyond simple military analysis. The Inca were not cowards. They were not incompetent. They were warriors from an empire that had conquered most of Western South America through military force, but they had entered the plaza for a meeting, not a battle. They were lightly armed or unarmed. They were in an enclosed space that neutralized their numerical advantage. They were facing weapons and animals they had never imagined, let alone trained to fight against. Their emperor, the living center of their political and spiritual universe, the man without whose authority no general could issue a command, was seized in the first minutes of the attack. And the assault itself was so sudden, so overwhelming, and so far outside any framework of warfare they had ever experienced that organized resistance was impossible before it could begin. The capture of Atahualpa at Cajamarca was not a battle. It was a trap, perfectly designed, ruthlessly executed, and devastating beyond anything Pizarro himself had probably dared to hope. In the days that followed, Atahualpa began to understand what his captors wanted, and he made them an offer that has resonated through history as one of the most extraordinary ransoms ever proposed. He noticed the Spaniards' fixation on gold, the way their eyes moved to it, the way their hands reached for it, the way their voices changed when they discussed it. He told Pizarro that he would fill the room in which he was held with gold as high as he could reach, and fill an adjacent smaller room twice over with silver. In exchange, the Spaniards would release him. The room was approximately 22 feet long, 17 feet wide, and 9 feet high. Atahualpa drew a red line on the wall at the level of his raised hand. To that line, he promised the room would be filled with gold. Pizarro, scarcely able to believe what he was hearing, agreed. The order went out across the empire. Atahualpa, even as a prisoner, still commanded the obedience of his people, a testament to the absolute centrality of the Cepa Inca in Inca society. From temples, from palaces, from storehouses across the realm, gold began to flow toward Cajamarca. It came as plates stripped from temple walls, as figurines, as jewelry, as cups and vessels and ceremonial objects representing centuries of artistic and spiritual achievement. Llama trains carried it over mountain passes. Runners bore it along the royal roads. For months the gold arrived, a slow, steady river of precious metal converging on the room where a captive emperor had drawn a red line on a stone wall. The Spaniards watched this gold accumulate with a greed so intense that it began to corrode what little discipline their expedition possessed. Soldiers fought over the right to guard the treasure. Allegations of theft rippled through the camp. The men who had arrived later, reinforcements led by Hernando de Soto and others who had joined after the capture, demanded equal shares despite having missed the battle. The gold that was supposed to buy Atahualpa's freedom was already tearing his captors apart before the ransom was complete. Meanwhile, Atahualpa demonstrated a political intelligence that startled his captors. He learned to play chess. He learned some Spanish. He observed the power dynamics among the Spaniards with the acuity of a man who had spent his life navigating the lethal politics of the Inca court. He recognized that Pizarro was the paramount authority, but that Pizarro's control over his men was not absolute. He understood that the Spaniards were divided by greed, by jealousy, and by the fundamental tension between those who wanted to keep him alive as a useful puppet and those who wanted him dead as a potential threat. He also made a decision that would prove catastrophic. From captivity, Atahualpa sent secret orders to his generals to execute his brother Huáscar, the rival claimant to the throne. Atahualpa feared that the Spaniards might ally with Huáscar against him, restoring the rival faction and using the Civil War's losers as a weapon against its winner. The execution was carried out. When Pizarro learned of it, he was furious, not out of moral concern for Huáscar's life, but because a living rival emperor was a useful political tool that Atahualpa had just destroyed. By June 1533, the ransom was largely complete. The amount of gold and silver that had accumulated in Cajamarca was staggering. When it was melted down, and it was all melted down, every last figurine and plate and ceremonial vessel, the accumulated artistic patrimony of a civilization reduced to ingots for easier division, the total came to roughly 13,000 pounds of gold and 26,000 pounds of silver. In modern terms, the gold alone would be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. At the time, it was the largest single transfer of precious metal in history. Each horseman received roughly 45 pounds of gold and 90 pounds of silver. Each foot soldier received half that. Pizarro and his officers received many times more. The melting of the ransom was an act of cultural destruction so thorough that its consequences are still felt. The Inca had no written language, but they encoded their history, their mythology, and their understanding of the cosmos in their art. In the gold figures of gods and animals, in the silver vessels used in religious ceremonies, in the intricate metalwork that adorned their temples and represented generations of accumulated skill and meaning. All of it went into the crucible. The artistic record of an entire civilization was liquefied in a few weeks and poured into rectangular molds to facilitate transport back to Spain. What the Spaniards destroyed in those furnaces we can never recover, never see, never know. The absence is permanent. And then they killed him. The decision to execute Atahualpa was driven by a convergence of fear, greed, and political calculation. Pizarro was preparing to march south toward Cusco, the Inca capital, and he faced a dilemma. Bringing Atahualpa along risked the captive emperor issuing secret orders to rally resistance. Releasing him, as the ransom agreement demanded, would almost certainly result in the mobilization of an army that would annihilate the Spaniards. Leaving him behind with a guard detachment weakened the already tiny Spanish force. The decision was also influenced by rumors, almost certainly exaggerated, possibly fabricated, that Atahualpa was secretly organizing a massive attack on the Spanish camp. Several of Pizarro's officers, led by Diego de Almagro, who had arrived with reinforcements and wanted his own share of power and treasure, argued forcefully that Atahualpa must die. Hernando de Soto, one of the more principled conquistadors, argued against execution and rode out with a patrol to investigate the rumors of an approaching army. He would later report that there was no army, but by the time he returned, Atahualpa was dead. The trial was a grotesque formality. Atahualpa was charged with idolatry, polygamy, the murder of his brother Huáscar, and treason against the Spanish crown. Charges brought against a sovereign ruler by foreign invaders who had no jurisdiction over him and no legal authority to try him. He was convicted and sentenced to death by burning. When Valverde told him that if he accepted Christian baptism he would be garroted instead, strangled, a death considered more merciful than the flames, Atahualpa agreed to convert. He was baptized with the Christian name Francisco, after the man who had destroyed his empire, and then he was killed by garrote on July 26, 1533. He was approximately 30 years old. Hernando de Soto returned to Cajamarca to find the emperor dead. He was reportedly furious. He told Pizarro that the execution had been unnecessary and dishonorable. Pizarro, if the accounts are to be believed, said nothing. The fall of the Inca Empire did not end at Cajamarca. In many ways, it had only begun. The capture and execution of Atahualpa removed the keystone of the Inca political structure, but the empire did not immediately disintegrate. Inca generals continued to command armies in the field. Provincial governors continued to administer their territories. Resistance would continue in various forms for decades, culminating in the Neo-Inca state of Vilcabamba, a jungle refuge where the last independent Inca emperor, Tupac Amaru, held out until his capture and execution by the Spaniards in 1572, 40 years after Cajamarca. But the trajectory was set. Pizarro marched south to Cusco, entering the Inca capital on November 15, 1533. Almost exactly 1 year after the events at Cajamarca, the city was a marvel of engineering and urban planning. Massive walls of precisely fitted stone, temples covered in gold leaf, a fortress complex called Sacsayhuaman, whose stones weighed hundreds of tons and were joined so precisely that a knife blade could not be inserted between them. The Spaniards stripped the city of its gold, installed a puppet Inca emperor named Manco Inca, and began the process of transforming the capital of an indigenous empire into a Spanish colonial city. Pizarro founded the city of Lima on the coast in January 1535, establishing it as the capital of what would become the Viceroyalty of Peru, the administrative hub of Spanish South America. The mines of Potosi in modern-day Bolivia would soon begin producing silver in quantities that warped the global economy, funded the Spanish military machine in Europe, and created an insatiable demand for labor that would be met by the forced conscription of indigenous workers under a system called the mita, an adaptation of an Inca labor draft that the Spaniards transformed from a rotating civic obligation into something barely distinguishable from slavery. But Pizarro himself would not enjoy his triumph for long. The partnership that had conquered an empire now destroyed itself from within. Almagro, who felt cheated of his share of the spoils, led an expedition to Chile in search of his own kingdom, found nothing but desert and hostile resistance, and returned to Peru convinced that Pizarro had betrayed him. The dispute escalated into open warfare. Almagro seized Cusco. The Pizarro brothers recaptured it. In 1538, Hernando Pizarro defeated Almagro in battle and had him garroted, the same method of execution that had killed Atahualpa. 3 years later, on June 26, 1541, a group of Almagro's followers, calling themselves the Men of Chile, stormed Francisco Pizarro's palace in Lima. Pizarro, now in his 60s, fought them with a sword in his hand, killing at least one attacker before being overwhelmed. He fell in his own dining hall, bleeding from multiple stab wounds. According to legend, he traced a cross on the floor with his own blood and kissed it as he died. The man who could neither read nor write, who had waited on a desolate island with 13 men when all others had abandoned him, who had toppled the greatest empire in the Americas with a trap and a handful of horsemen, died as he had lived, by violence, surrounded by enemies, in a land very far from the arid hills of Extremadura, where he had once herded pigs. And far to the north, while Pizarro's blood cooled on the flagstones of Lima, another chapter of the same story was already unfolding, one that would carry European ships not westward to the Americas, but eastward, all the way around the world, through seas that no European had ever crossed, to prove once and for all that the earth was a sphere, and that its oceans were one continuous body of water. The circumnavigation of the globe had already been achieved, in fact, more than a decade before Pizarro's death. It had been accomplished by one of the most remarkable and troubled voyages in the history of seafaring, a voyage conceived by a Portuguese captain in the service of the Spanish crown, a man of iron will and catastrophic judgment, who would not survive to see his own achievement completed. His name was Fernão de Magalhães. The English-speaking world knows him as Ferdinand Magellan. Magellan was born around 1480 in the northern Portuguese province of Trás-os-Montes, a name that translates with geographic bluntness as behind the mountains. It was a remote, rugged, landlocked region, an unlikely birthplace for a man who would spend his life on the ocean and die on a beach at the edge of the known world. His family was minor nobility, respectable enough to secure the young Fernão a position as a page in the royal court at Lisbon, but not wealthy enough to guarantee him a future without effort. At court, Magellan absorbed the atmosphere of a nation that had made oceanic exploration the central project of its identity. He was 12 years old when Columbus returned from his first voyage. He was a teenager when Vasco da Gama sailed for India. He came of age in a Portugal that was rapidly transforming itself from a small, poor kingdom on the edge of Europe into the hub of a global maritime empire, its wharves crowded with ships carrying pepper and cinnamon and silk, its counting houses thick with the scent of cloves and the sound of foreign languages. The sea was not merely a career for ambitious young Portuguese men. It was the national obsession, the path to wealth and glory, the arena in which Portugal proved to the world that size and population mattered less than skill and daring. Magellan went to sea in his mid-20s. In 1505, he sailed with Francisco de Almeida's massive fleet to India, 22 ships carrying 1,500 men, dispatched by King Manuel I to establish permanent Portuguese control over the Indian Ocean spice trade. For the next 7 years, Magellan fought, traded, explored, and nearly died in the waters between East Africa and Southeast Asia. He participated in the Battle of Diu in 1509, where a Portuguese fleet shattered a combined Egyptian-Indian naval force and established Portugal's dominance over Indian Ocean commerce. He sailed to Malacca, the great entrepot on the Malay Peninsula where the trade routes of China, India, and the Spice Islands converged, and participated in the Portuguese capture of that city in 1511. He may have traveled even further east. Some evidence suggests he reached the Moluccas, the fabled Spice Islands themselves, the tiny volcanic archipelago in modern-day Indonesia that was the world's sole source of cloves, nutmeg, and mace, commodities worth more per ounce than gold. These years in the East gave Magellan two things that would prove essential. The first was an intimate practical knowledge of monsoon winds, ocean currents, and the geography of Southeast Asia, knowledge that no amount of cartographic study could replace. The second was a conviction, formed through observation and calculation, that the Spice Islands could be reached by sailing west, across the Atlantic, around the southern tip of South America if such a passage existed, and across whatever ocean lay beyond. If he was right, this western route would not only provide an alternative path to the world's most valuable commodities, but might also place the Spice Islands within Spain's half of the globe, as defined by the Treaty of Tordesillas. Portugal claimed the eastern route. Spain, by the logic of the treaty, owned everything to the west. If the Spice Islands fell on the Spanish side of the line, then a westward expedition under the Spanish flag could break Portugal's monopoly on the spice trade in a single voyage. It was an audacious idea, and it depended on a geographic theory that was at that point entirely unproven. No European had ever sailed around South America. No one knew whether a passage through or around the continent existed. The South American coastline, as far as it had been mapped, ran stubbornly southward with no sign of a break. And beyond South America, the ocean to the west was a void, unmapped, unmeasured, its width unknown. Columbus had believed it was narrow. He had been catastrophically wrong. What if the westward ocean was even wider than the Atlantic? Magellan was willing to take that gamble. But first he needed a patron. He sought support from King Manuel of Portugal. The request was denied. The reasons are not entirely clear. Some historians suggest a personal animosity between Magellan and the king, possibly stemming from Magellan's conduct during military service in Morocco, where he had been accused of trading illegally with the enemy. Others suggest that Manuel simply saw no need for a western route to the Spice Islands when Portugal already controlled the eastern one. Whatever the cause, Manuel not only refused to sponsor the voyage, but reportedly told Magellan he was free to offer his services elsewhere, a dismissal that, in the rigid honor culture of the Portuguese nobility, amounted to an insult. Magellan took the king at his word. In 1517, he crossed the border into Spain, renounced his Portuguese citizenship, and presented himself at the court of the young King Charles I, the same Charles who would later authorize Pizarro's conquest of Peru. Magellan proposed exactly what he had proposed to Manuel: a westward voyage to the Spice Islands under the Spanish flag, through a passage around or through South America that Magellan claimed to know existed. He brought with him maps, navigational data, and a globe prepared by his friend and fellow Portuguese expatriate Rui Faleiro, an astronomer and cosmographer whose calculations supported the theory that the Moluccas fell within Spain's territorial hemisphere. Charles was 18 years old and had been king for barely a year, but he was surrounded by advisors who understood the geopolitical implications of what Magellan was proposing. If a westward route to the Spice Islands existed, and if those islands fell within the Spanish zone as defined by Tordesillas, then Spain could claim a share of the most profitable trade on earth, a trade that Portugal had monopolized for 2 decades. The potential reward was enormous. The cost was 5 ships and perhaps 250 men. On March 22, 1518, Charles signed the agreement. Magellan was given command of a fleet of 5 vessels: the Trinidad, the San Antonio, the Concepcion, the Victoria, and the Santiago, with instructions to find a western passage to the Spice Islands, claim them for Spain, and return with as much cargo of spices as the ships could carry. The fleet that assembled in the port of Seville over the following months was, from the beginning, poisoned by the resentments and suspicions that would plague the entire voyage. Magellan was Portuguese. The majority of his officers were Spanish. The Spanish captains regarded Magellan as a foreign interloper who had been given command over their heads, and they made their displeasure known with a hostility that stopped just short of open insubordination. Juan de Cartagena, the captain of the San Antonio, and a man with powerful connections at the Spanish court, considered himself Magellan's equal or superior and behaved accordingly. The other Spanish officers took their cue from Cartagena. From the moment the fleet weighed anchor, Magellan commanded 5 ships but controlled perhaps 2. The fleet departed Sanlúcar de Barrameda on September 20th, 1519, carrying roughly 270 men. They sailed south to the Canary Islands, then southwest across the Atlantic to the coast of Brazil, following a route that was by now well established. The Atlantic crossing was uneventful, but the tensions aboard the fleet were not. Magellan ran his expedition with a secrecy that maddened his officers. He refused to share his intended route or his navigational calculations. When the Spanish captains asked where they were going, Magellan replied that their duty was to follow his flag by day and his lantern by night. He communicated his course changes through signals rather than consultation. This was, in part, standard practice for expedition commanders who feared that sharing their plans would enable rivals to claim credit or sail ahead independently. But it was also a reflection of Magellan's personality, a stubborn, self-contained, deeply private man who trusted his own judgment absolutely and regarded questions about his decisions as challenges to his authority. The fleet reached the coast of Brazil in late November and turned south, probing the coastline for the passage that Magellan believed existed. Every bay, every inlet, every river mouth was investigated and abandoned. The Rio de la Plata, the vast estuary between modern-day Argentina and Uruguay, raised hopes briefly, its enormous width suggesting a strait through the continent. But the water was fresh, not salt, revealing it as a river mouth rather than a sea passage. The fleet continued south. The coast continued south. The weather grew colder. The days grew shorter. Winter was approaching in the southern hemisphere, and Magellan was leading his men into waters that no European had ever sailed, along a coast that showed no sign of ending, with the stores in his holds dwindling and the patience of his captains evaporating. In late March 1520, Magellan anchored his fleet in a desolate bay on the coast of Patagonia, a place he named Puerto San Julian. He announced that they would winter here. 5 months at anchor in a bleak, windswept harbor at the edge of the known world, eating reduced rations while the southern winter howled outside and the passage they were seeking remained stubbornly invisible. The Spanish captains had been looking for an excuse to mutiny. Magellan had just given them one. On the night of April 1st, 1520, Easter night, Juan de Cartagena, Gaspar de Quesada of the Concepcion, and Luis de Mendoza of the Victoria launched their coup. Armed men seized control of 3 of the 5 ships. By dawn, the mutineers controlled the San Antonio, the Concepcion, and the Victoria. Magellan held only his flagship, the Trinidad, and the smallest vessel, the Santiago. He was outnumbered 3 ships to 2, and the men who opposed him included the most senior Spanish officers in the fleet. What Magellan did next revealed the quality that separated him from ordinary commanders. He did not negotiate, he did not bargain. He did not hesitate. He sent a boat to the Victoria under a flag of parley, carrying a small party led by his master-at-arms, Gonzalo Gomez de Espinosa. When they were admitted aboard, Espinosa walked up to Captain Mendoza and stabbed him in the throat. Simultaneously, a second party of loyalists boarded the Victoria from the other side and took control of the ship. With 3 ships now under his command, and the Trinidad, the Victoria, and the Santiago, Magellan moved his fleet to block the harbor mouth, trapping the 2 mutinous vessels inside with no possibility of escape. Cartagena and Quesada, outnumbered and outmaneuvered, surrendered. Magellan's punishment was calibrated to terrorize without destroying his expedition's fighting strength. Quesada was beheaded and his body drawn and quartered, the pieces displayed on stakes driven into the shore. Mendoza's corpse received the same treatment. Cartagena was sentenced to marooning. He and a mutinous priest were left on the shore of Puerto San Julian when the fleet departed, abandoned to the mercy of a landscape that had no mercy to give. They were never seen again. The remaining mutineers, and there were many since the majority of the crew had participated, were pardoned. Magellan needed every man he had. He could afford to make examples of the ringleaders. He could not afford to lose the rank and file. The fleet spent 5 months at Puerto San Julian. During this time, they encountered the indigenous people of Patagonia, tall, powerfully built people whom the Spaniards called Patagones, a name whose origin is disputed but which may derive from a character in a popular romance of the era. Magellan's chronicler, Antonio Pigafetta, an Italian nobleman who had volunteered for the voyage out of pure curiosity and whose account would become the primary source for the entire expedition, described these people with a mixture of wonder and the casual dehumanization that characterized European encounters with indigenous peoples throughout this era. Pigafetta claimed the Patagonians were giants, so tall that the Spaniards reached only to their waists. This was an exaggeration. The Tehuelche people of Patagonia were notably tall, perhaps averaging 6 feet, which would have seemed remarkable to 16th century Europeans who averaged 5 to 5.5 feet. But it entered European mythology and persisted on maps for centuries. In October 1520, the fleet departed Puerto San Julian and continued south. The Santiago had been lost earlier, wrecked during a scouting mission, though its crew survived. 4 ships now probed the coast, and on October 21st they found what Magellan had been searching for. A headland appeared, and beyond it, a narrow channel running westward between high, dark cliffs. The water was deep and salt. The tides were ferocious, surging through the passage with a force that suggested an ocean at the far end. Magellan sent 2 ships ahead to investigate. They returned with the news that the channel continued west as far as they had followed it, branching and narrowing but never closing, and that the water remained salt throughout. It was the Strait. The passage through the continent existed exactly as Magellan had believed, hidden at the southern tip of South America behind a labyrinth of channels and islands that no previous explorer had penetrated far enough to discover. The passage that now bears Magellan's name took 38 days to navigate. It was a nightmarish journey through one of the most treacherous waterways on Earth, 350 miles of twisting channels flanked by sheer mountain walls, buffeted by winds that could shift from calm to gale in minutes, riddled with dead ends and false passages that could trap a ship for days. The water was deep and cold and black. The mountains on either side rose thousands of feet, their peaks lost in cloud, their flanks covered with glaciers that calved icebergs into the channel with a sound like cannon fire. At night, the shore to the south glowed with the fires of indigenous peoples, fires that gave the land its name, Tierra del Fuego, the land of fire. During the passage, the San Antonio, the largest ship in the fleet and the one carrying the bulk of the remaining provisions, deserted. Its crew, led by the pilot Esteban Gomes, who had opposed the voyage from the beginning, overpowered their captain, turned the ship around and sailed back to Spain, where they would spread false reports that Magellan was a tyrant and a madman. The loss of the San Antonio was devastating. With it went a large proportion of the fleet's food, and the 3 remaining ships, the Trinidad, the Victoria, and the Concepcion, emerged from the western end of the strait on November 28, 1520, with supplies that were already dangerously inadequate for what lay ahead. What lay ahead was the Pacific Ocean. Magellan named it the Mar Pacifico, the Peaceful Sea, because after the storms and savagery of the strait, the ocean that opened before him was, for the first few days, eerily calm. The name would prove bitterly ironic. The Pacific is the largest body of water on Earth, covering more area than all the world's land masses combined. It stretches nearly 12,000 miles from the coast of South America to the Philippines, and in the 16th century, no European had the slightest conception of its true extent. Magellan expected the crossing to take a few days, perhaps a week or 2 at most. He was basing his estimate on the same flawed geography that had misled Columbus, a shrunken globe, a compressed ocean, Asia lurking just beyond the horizon. The crossing took 98 days. 98 days of open ocean with no sight of land except 2 tiny uninhabited atolls that offered no food and no fresh water. 98 days during which the 3 ships sailed northwest across an expanse of blue so vast and so empty that the men began to wonder whether they had sailed off the edge of the world entirely. The provisions that had been inadequate when they entered the Pacific were exhausted within weeks. The fresh water went first, turning green and then foul in the wooden casks, stinking so badly that men held their noses to drink it. The hardtack, the rock-hard biscuit that was the staple food of long-distance sailing, crumbled into powder riddled with weevils and soaked with the urine of the rats that infested every ship. When the hardtack was gone, the men ate the rats themselves. When the rats were gone, they ate sawdust. When the sawdust was gone, they soaked and chewed the leather from the yards and rigging, softening it in seawater for days until it could be forced down a swollen throat. Pigafetta's account of the crossing is among the most harrowing passages in the literature of exploration. He describes men whose gums swelled until their teeth fell out, the unmistakable sign of scurvy caused by vitamin C deficiency, a disease whose cause and cure would not be understood for another 2 centuries. He describes men too weak to climb the rigging or haul on a line. He describes the slow, grinding death of starvation and disease in the middle of an ocean so calm and so impossibly beautiful that the sky and the water seemed to merge into a single blue void, featureless and endless, as if the world itself had been erased and replaced with nothing. 19 men died during the Pacific crossing. The rest survived only because the trade winds held steady, carrying the ships northwest at a pace that, while agonizingly slow by modern standards, was sufficient to bring them within reach of land before the last man died. On March 6, 1521, the lookout sighted land. It was the island of Guam in the Mariana chain. The survivors were so weak that they could barely manage the sails, and the islanders who paddled out to meet them, skilled sailors in swift outrigger canoes, clambered aboard and began taking everything they could carry, including one of the ship's boats. The Spaniards, in their desperation and rage, called the island Isla de los Ladrones, the Island of Thieves, a name that reflected nothing about the islanders and everything about the Spaniards' state of mind. They went ashore, burned a village in retaliation for the thefts, took what food and water they could, and sailed on. 10 days later, on March the 16th, 1521, the fleet reached the Philippines. They had crossed the Pacific. They had done what no Europeans had ever done, sailed west from the Americas into the waters of Southeast Asia. The Spice Islands were within reach. The circumnavigation was, for all practical purposes, achievable. Magellan needed only to sail south to the Moluccas, load his ships with cloves and nutmeg, and return to Spain by either the western or eastern route to complete the most significant voyage in the history of navigation. He would never get there. Magellan arrived in the Philippines not merely as an explorer, but as a man who believed he carried a divine mandate. He was a devout Catholic, intensely, almost fanatically so. And he saw the conversion of indigenous peoples to Christianity not as a secondary objective of the voyage, but as its spiritual justification. In the Visayan Islands of the Central Philippines, he encountered local rulers who were willing to entertain the strangers and their strange religion, partly out of genuine curiosity and partly because they recognized that an alliance with these heavily armed foreigners could be useful in their own local conflicts. On the island of Cebu, the Raja Humabon agreed to be baptized, along with hundreds of his followers. Magellan was elated. The cross was planted. Mass was celebrated. The spiritual conquest of the East had begun, and Magellan placed himself at its center with a fervor that overrode whatever tactical judgment he had once possessed. But not every local ruler was willing to submit. On the small island of Mactan, just across a narrow channel from Cebu, a chief named Lapu-Lapu refused to acknowledge either Spanish authority or the Christian God. Magellan took this as a personal challenge, a challenge not merely to his military authority, but to his faith. His officers urged caution. Raja Humabon offered to send 1,000 warriors to subdue Mactan. Magellan refused all assistance. He would demonstrate the superiority of Christian arms with a single decisive show of force. He would take a small band of Spaniards, wade ashore on Mactan, and crush Lapu-Lapu's resistance with the same overwhelming technological advantage that had served Cortes and would later serve Pizarro. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. On the morning of April 27, 1521, Magellan led approximately 60 men in a shore assault on Mactan. The coral reef offshore forced the boats to stop far from the beach, and the Spaniards had to wade through waist-deep water for hundreds of yards, weighed down by their armor, their powder wet, their formation broken by the uneven footing. Lapu-Lapu's warriors, Moktagat, perhaps 1,500 of them, waited on the beach and attacked as the Spaniards struggled through the shallows. The technological advantage that had been so decisive in the enclosed plaza of Cajamarca was neutralized by water, distance, and numbers. The arquebuses were nearly useless. The range was too great, the powder too damp, the targets too dispersed. The crossbows were more effective, but could not stem the tide of warriors pouring onto the beach. Magellan ordered his men to burn the village to create a distraction, but the fire only enraged the defenders. The fighting became hand-to-hand, and in the shallows, weighed down by armor that protected them from stone but slowed them to a crawl, the Spaniards were surrounded. Magellan was struck in the leg by a bamboo spear. He kept fighting. He was struck in the arm by a cutlass-like weapon. He kept fighting. He was struck in the face. He went down in the shallow water, and the warriors closed over him. Pigafetta, who watched from one of the boats and later wrote that he would have given his own life to save his captain, described how the islanders swarmed over Magellan's body, stabbing and hacking until the man who had navigated the strait and crossed the Pacific was unrecognizable. Magellan died at the age of approximately 41 on a beach in the Philippines, killed not by the ocean or the weather or the vast distances he had conquered, but by his own pride, by the conviction that God and gunpowder together were invincible, and that faith could substitute for tactical judgment. He never reached the Spice Islands. He never completed the circumnavigation. He died less than halfway around the world, in waters he had visited years before from the opposite direction during his service to Portugal. But the voyage continued without him. The survivors were leaderless, demoralized, and stranded in waters half a world from home. Of the roughly 270 men who had departed Seville, fewer than 115 remained. They had lost their commander, their confidence, and any illusion that the voyage would unfold as planned. What they had not lost, not yet, was the stubborn animal determination to survive that had carried them across the Pacific on sawdust and rat meat. Command passed through several hands in rapid and sometimes violent succession. Duarte Barbosa, Magellan's brother-in-law, and João Serrão assumed joint leadership, but their tenure lasted only days. Raja Humabon, the same chieftain who had so recently accepted baptism and pledged friendship to the Spaniards, turned against them. Possibly because Magellan's death had revealed the foreigners as vulnerable, possibly because he had been in contact with Lapu-Lapu all along, or possibly because the Spaniards' behavior in the aftermath of the battle had worn through whatever goodwill remained. Humabon invited the surviving officers to a feast on the shore. Approximately 30 men attended. It was a trap. The warriors of Cebu fell on the guests and killed most of them, including Barbosa and Serrão. The men watching from the ships could hear the screaming but could do nothing. They cut their anchor cables and fled. The three remaining ships, the Trinidad, the Victoria, and the Concepcion, limped south through the Philippine archipelago with barely enough men to crew 2 vessels, let alone 3. At the island of Bohol, the survivors made the grim but necessary decision to burn the Concepcion. Her hull was rotting, her timbers riddled with shipworm, and there were simply not enough healthy men to sail her. They stripped everything useful, rope, nails, canvas, provisions, transferred it to the Trinidad and the Victoria, and set the Concepcion ablaze. The men stood at the rails of the 2 surviving ships and watched her burn to the waterline, her skeleton glowing orange against the tropical night before she slipped beneath the surface. They were watching their margin of error disappear. Command eventually settled on 2 men. The Trinidad was captained by Gonzalo Gomez de Espinosa, the same master-at-arms who had stabbed the mutineer Mendoza in the throat at Puerto San Julian. The Victoria was given to Juan Sebastian Elcano, a Basque mariner who had, inconveniently, been one of the mutineers at Puerto San Julian, a man Magellan had pardoned out of necessity, and who now found himself responsible for completing the voyage that the man he had betrayed had begun. History's casting choices have always been perverse. For the next several months, the 2 ships wandered through the islands of Southeast Asia, Mindanao, Palawan, Borneo, trading, raiding, gathering intelligence about the location of the Spice Islands, and losing men to disease, skirmishes, and the slow attrition of bodies pushed beyond endurance. They were sailing through waters that Portuguese traders had been navigating for a decade, and the threat of encountering a Portuguese fleet, which would have regarded the Spanish interlopers as pirates and treated them accordingly, added a layer of human danger to the natural ones. On November 6, 1521, more than 2 years after departing Spain, the two ships finally reached the Moluccas. They anchored off the island of Tidore, one of the 5 tiny volcanic islands that constituted the world's entire supply of cloves. The Sultan of Tidore, who was engaged in a rivalry with the Sultan of neighboring Ternate and saw the Spaniards as potential allies against the Portuguese who supported his rival, welcomed them with elaborate ceremony. Trade was conducted. Cloves were loaded. Hundreds of quintals of dried flower buds, dark brown and aromatic, worth a fortune in any European market. The holds of the Trinidad and the Victoria filled with the cargo that the entire voyage had been designed to obtain. And then the Trinidad began to leak. Her hull, weakened by 2 years of continuous sailing, by the shipworm of tropical waters, by the punishing crossing of the Pacific and the violent passage of the Strait, was giving way. When the crew attempted to load her with cargo, seawater poured through the seams faster than it could be pumped. She was, in the language of sailors, making water freely. She could not sail. This forced a decision that split the expedition for the last time. The Victoria, under Elcano, would attempt to return to Spain by the western route, continuing around the Cape of Good Hope and across the Atlantic, completing the circumnavigation. The Trinidad, once repaired, would attempt to sail back across the Pacific to Panama. The two ships parted company in the Moluccas on December 21, 1521. They would never see each other again. The Trinidad's fate was grim. After months of repairs, Espinosa attempted the Pacific crossing but was defeated by headwinds, storms, and scurvy. The ship was driven back to the Moluccas, where the crew fell into the hands of the Portuguese, who imprisoned them. Espinosa and a handful of survivors would eventually return to Spain years later, broken and forgotten. The Trinidad itself was left to rot in a tropical harbor, and the ocean that Magellan had named for its peacefulness consumed her in silence. The Victoria sailed west. Elcano commanded a ship carrying 60 men and perhaps the most valuable cargo afloat, 26 tons of cloves, along with smaller quantities of cinnamon, nutmeg, and sandalwood. But the ship was in poor condition, undermanned, and attempting a route through waters controlled by the Portuguese, who would seize the cargo and arrest the crew if they were caught. Elcano chose to avoid all Portuguese ports, which meant sailing across the Indian Ocean and around the Cape of Good Hope without stopping for provisions or repairs, a passage of roughly 15,000 miles through some of the most dangerous waters on Earth with no margin for error. The crossing of the Indian Ocean was a prolonged agony. The Victoria sailed south of the established Portuguese shipping lanes, far from any coast, through waters where the swells rolled unbroken from Antarctica and the wind carried the bite of the southern ice. Scurvy returned. The hardtack was gone. The men ate rice mixed with the dust of cloves from the hold, and when the rice was gone, they chewed leather again, as they had on the Pacific. The ship's carpenter died. The sailmaker died. Men died at a rate of roughly 1 every 5 or 6 days, their bodies committed to an ocean that seemed to have no end. The rounding of the Cape of Good Hope in May 1522 nearly killed them all. The storms off the southern tip of Africa are among the most ferocious on any ocean, generated by the collision of the warm Agulhas current flowing south from the Indian Ocean and the cold Benguela current sweeping north from Antarctic waters. The Victoria was battered for weeks, her sails shredded, her mast cracked. The men, weakened to the point where some could not stand, hauled on lines and climbed rigging through sheer will, because the alternative to working was drowning, and they had not sailed around the world to drown within sight of the Atlantic. They made it. The Victoria entered the Atlantic and turned north, crawling up the coast of West Africa on a ship that was little more than a floating wreck crewed by men who were little more than animated skeletons. They passed the Cape Verde Islands, a Portuguese territory, and Elcano made the dangerous decision to stop. They were too desperate for food and water to continue. He sent a boat ashore with a cover story, claiming to be a Portuguese vessel returning from Brazil. The deception held long enough to load fresh provisions, but when some of the shore party revealed the truth, that they had sailed around the world, the Portuguese authorities moved to seize the ship. Elcano abandoned the 13 men who were ashore and fled with what provisions he had. Those 13 men would eventually be repatriated, but Elcano could not have known that when he left them. He sacrificed them to save the voyage. On September 6, 1522, the Victoria sailed into the harbor of Sanlúcar de Barrameda, the same port from which the fleet had departed almost exactly 3 years earlier. She carried 18 men, 18, out of the roughly 270 who had set out. The ship was so waterlogged that her crew was manning the pumps continuously, and she was taking on water faster than they could expel it. Had the voyage lasted another week, she would likely have sunk. But she had not sunk. And those 18 men, gaunt and ravaged and barely alive, had done something that no human beings had ever done before. They had sailed around the world. They had proven, not as a theory or a calculation, but as a physical, bodily, suffered experience, that the earth was a sphere, that its oceans were connected, and that a ship departing from any port could, given sufficient endurance and sufficient luck, return to that same port by continuing in the same direction. The cargo of cloves in the Victoria's hold, when sold, more than paid for the entire expedition. All 5 ships, all the provisions, all the wages of the dead. The spice trade's profit margins were so extraordinary that 26 tons of cloves could absorb the loss of 4 ships and 250 men and still show a return on investment. This single fact tells you everything you need to know about the economic forces driving the age of exploration. The men were expendable. The spice was not. Elcano received a coat of arms from King Charles bearing a globe and the Latin motto Primus circumdedisti me. You were the first to circumnavigate me. Magellan received nothing, having committed the inconvenience of dying before the journey was complete. History has since corrected this injustice partially. The strait bears Magellan's name, not Elcano's, and the voyage is universally known as Magellan's circumnavigation, despite the fact that Magellan completed barely half of it. The credit goes to the man who conceived the voyage and forced it through the strait by sheer will, not to the man who brought the surviving ship home. Whether this is justice or sentiment is a question that depends entirely on what you believe matters more, the vision or the execution. Pigafetta survived. The Italian nobleman who had volunteered for the voyage out of pure curiosity, who had stood on the deck of the Trinidad and watched Magellan die in the shallows of Mactan, who had eaten rats and leather and sawdust, who had seen 19 men die of scurvy in the Pacific, and dozens more perish in the months that followed. Pigafetta survived, and he wrote it all down. His account, published as The First Voyage Around the World, remains the primary source for the entire expedition. Without Pigafetta, the details of Magellan's voyage would be reduced to ship's logs and secondhand reports. With him, we have a human record, imperfect, sometimes credulous, occasionally self-serving, but alive with the immediacy of a man who was there, who saw it, who felt the hunger and the fear and the awe, and who understood that he was witnessing something that would never happen for the first time again. The circumnavigation closed a circle that had been opening since Prince Henry's caravels first crept past Cape Bojador. The world was round. The oceans were navigable. Every coastline could be reached. Every harbor entered. Every people contacted or conquered or converted or killed. The blank spaces on the map were not infinite. They had edges, and European ships could find those edges and push past them. The age of exploration had, in a sense, answered its founding question. The sea route to Asia existed both east and west. The world was traversable. The planet was finite. But finitude did not mean completion. The circumnavigation had proven the shape of the world, but vast stretches of it remained unknown to Europeans. The Pacific was crossed but not explored. Its thousands of islands, its scattered archipelagos, its immense reaches of open water between Magellan's route and the equator were still uncharted. The interior of the Americas was a mystery. The Arctic passages, the theoretical northern routes above Canada and Russia that might connect the Atlantic to the Pacific, were unexplored and would lure ships into the ice for centuries to come. Africa's interior was as unknown to Europeans as the dark side of the moon. Australia, New Zealand, and the islands of the South Pacific existed in rumor and theory, but had never been seen by European eyes. The generation that followed Magellan and Pizarro and Cortez would begin the work of filling in these spaces, and the generation after that and the generation after that, until the process of European expansion had touched every habitable landmass on Earth. But the pattern was set. The template had been established in those first extraordinary decades of the 16th century, decades in which a handful of small European nations armed with ships, steel, gunpowder, diseases they did not understand, and a conviction of divine right that admitted no doubt had reached out and seized a world. The consequences of this seizure were still unfolding as the century progressed, and nowhere were they more visible, more devastating, and more transformative than in the Americas, where the civilizations that Cortez and Pizarro had shattered were being replaced by something entirely new, a colonial order that would reshape every aspect of life in the Western Hemisphere, from the languages people spoke to the gods they worshipped to the color of the skin that determined whether a person was free or enslaved. The Spanish Empire in the Americas grew with a speed that astonished even its architects. Within 50 years of Columbus's first voyage, Spanish authority extended from the Caribbean islands to the southern tip of Chile, from the Pacific coast to the Atlantic, encompassing an area many times the size of Spain itself. The administrative structure was built on the ruins of indigenous empires, often literally. Mexico City rose on the rubble of Tenochtitlan, Lima replaced the Inca coastal centers, churches were erected on the foundations of temples using stones that had been carved by the same people now forced to worship a foreign god within them. Two institutions defined the early colonial period. The first was the encomienda, a system by which the Spanish crown granted colonists the right to extract labor and tribute from a specified number of indigenous people. In theory, the encomendero, the holder of the grant, was obligated to protect the people assigned to him and ensure their conversion to Christianity. In practice, the encomienda was slavery by another name. Indigenous men, women, and children were worked to exhaustion in mines, on plantations, and in textile workshops. Those who resisted were punished with a brutality that would have been recognizable in any slave system in history. Those who could not work, the old, the very young, the sick, were left to fend for themselves in a world whose social structures had been systematically dismantled. The second institution was the mission, through which religious orders, Franciscans, Dominicans, Augustinians, Jesuits, established settlements on the colonial frontier, gathered indigenous populations into supervised communities, taught them Catholic doctrine and European agricultural techniques, and attempted to transform them from pagans into Christians, from nomads or dispersed farmers into disciplined, productive subjects of the Spanish crown. The missions produced genuine acts of compassion and education alongside systematic cultural erasure. Indigenous languages were suppressed. Indigenous religious practices were forbidden. Children were separated from families and raised in mission schools where they were taught to dress, speak, pray, and think as Europeans. The missions saved lives, and the missions destroyed cultures. Both things were true simultaneously, and the people who ran them rarely saw the contradiction. The Spanish crown was not entirely indifferent to the suffering of its indigenous subjects, though its concern was driven less by moral conviction than by the practical recognition that dead laborers produced no revenue. In 1542, King Charles issued the New Laws, which attempted to reform the encomienda system and protect indigenous people from the worst abuses. The laws prohibited the enslavement of indigenous people, restricted the inheritance of encomiendas, and placed limits on the labor that could be demanded. The response from the colonists was fury. In Peru, the new laws provoked an armed rebellion led by Gonzalo Pizarro, Francisco's brother, who killed the viceroy sent to enforce them and briefly declared himself ruler of an independent Peru. The rebellion was eventually crushed and Gonzalo was executed, but the new laws were significantly weakened in practice. The gap between royal decree and colonial reality remained vast, and indigenous people continued to bear the crushing weight of a system designed to extract their labor and their wealth for the benefit of people who had come from across the ocean to take both. One voice rose above the general indifference with a clarity and a moral force that still resonates. Bartolomé de las Casas was a Dominican friar who had come to the Americas as a young man, had held an encomienda himself, and had experienced a conversion of conscience so complete that he spent the remaining decades of his life as the most vocal and persistent critic of Spanish colonial brutality. His writings, particularly his short account of the destruction of the Indies, published in 1552, described the atrocities committed against indigenous peoples with a graphic intensity that shocked European readers and provided ammunition to Spain's rivals for centuries. Las Casas described infants torn from their mothers and dashed against rocks. He described men worked to death in mines and women violated by soldiers, and entire populations driven to mass suicide rather than endure the conditions imposed upon them. His accounts were almost certainly exaggerated in some details and understated in others, but their fundamental truth that the Spanish conquest of the Americas was accompanied by atrocities of staggering scale and systematic cruelty is not seriously disputed by any modern historian. Las Casas argued, with a theological precision that his opponents found difficult to counter, that indigenous peoples were fully human, possessed of rational souls, capable of receiving the gospel, and therefore entitled to the same protections under natural law as any Christian. This argument, which seems self-evident to a modern reader, was, in the context of the 16th century, genuinely radical. It challenged the assumption that underlay the entire colonial enterprise, that non-Christian, non-European peoples existed in a lower category of humanity, one that could be legitimately conquered, converted, and exploited for the benefit of their Christian superiors. The debate reached its most formal expression in 1550, at the famous disputation of Valladolid, where Las Casas argued against the scholar Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda before a panel convened by King Charles. Sepúlveda, drawing on Aristotle's concept of natural slavery, argued that indigenous peoples were inherently inferior and that their conquest was not merely justified but beneficial, that war against them was a necessary prelude to their salvation. Las Casas countered that the indigenous peoples of the Americas had built civilizations of remarkable sophistication, that their capacity for reason and governance was self-evident, and that the methods used to convert and subjugate them were not merely cruel but counterproductive, that violence bred not genuine faith but hatred and resistance. The panel reached no formal verdict. Neither side was declared the winner. But Las Casas's arguments entered the intellectual bloodstream of European thought and contributed over the long centuries that followed to the development of concepts that would eventually crystallize into what we now call human rights. The idea that all people, regardless of origin, religion, or culture, possess an inherent dignity that no state or church may violate. It is one of the great ironies of the age of exploration that the same enterprise which produced some of the worst atrocities in human history also generated, from within its own ranks, some of the first systematic arguments against such atrocities. But rhetoric, however eloquent, did not stop the killing. And the labor crisis created by the catastrophic decline of indigenous populations in the Caribbean and on the mainland produced a demand for workers that would be met by the most destructive institution in the history of the Atlantic world. The transatlantic slave trade did not begin with the colonization of the Americas. As we have seen, the Portuguese had been capturing and purchasing enslaved Africans since the 1440s, decades before Columbus sailed. But the scale of the trade in its early decades was modest, a few thousand people per year. transported primarily to Portugal and the Atlantic islands of Madeira and the Canary Islands to work on sugar plantations. What transformed the slave trade from a regional enterprise into a continental catastrophe was sugar, and sugar's insatiable appetite for labor. Sugar cane was not native to the Americas. It had originated in Southeast Asia, spread westward through India and the Arab world, and reached the Mediterranean during the Crusades. The Portuguese had established sugar plantations on Madeira and São Tomé, a small island in the Gulf of Guinea, in the 15th century, and they had discovered two things about the crop that would shape the next 4 centuries of Atlantic history. The first was that sugar was extraordinarily profitable. European demand for it was essentially limitless. Sugar was a luxury that behaved like an addiction, and the more of it that reached European markets, the more Europeans wanted. The second was that sugar cultivation was extraordinarily brutal. The work of clearing land, planting cane, harvesting it by hand with machetes in tropical heat, and processing it in the boiling houses where raw cane was rendered into crystallized sugar was so physically punishing that no free labor force would perform it voluntarily at wages a planter could afford to pay. Sugar required coerced labor, and in the context of the 16th century, coerced labor meant enslaved Africans. The logic was devastating in its simplicity. The indigenous populations of the Caribbean were dying, collapsing under the weight of disease, overwork, and despair at a rate that made their exploitation as laborers increasingly impractical. Africa, by contrast, had a large population, and its western coast was accessible to European ships. African peoples had been enslaved by other Africans and by Arab traders for centuries, and existing networks of capture, sale, and transport could be expanded to meet European demand. The Portuguese had pioneered the maritime slave trade. The Spanish crown, which initially restricted the importation of enslaved Africans to the Americas, gradually relaxed its regulations as the need for labor intensified. By the middle of the 16th century, the trickle had become a river. By the 17th century, the river had become a flood. The numbers are almost impossible to hold in the mind and remain fully human. Over the course of roughly 4 centuries, from the early 1500s to the 1860s, when the last slave ships crossed the Atlantic, an estimated 12.5 million Africans were loaded onto ships bound for the Americas. Of these, roughly 10.5 million survived the crossing. The remaining 2 million died at sea, their bodies thrown overboard into an ocean that received them without comment. These figures do not include the millions who died during capture in the African interior, during the forced march to the coast, or in the holding pens and coastal fortresses, the barracoons and slave castles where they awaited transport. The total human cost, including those who died before reaching the ships, may have been twice the number who were loaded aboard them. The Middle Passage, the crossing of the Atlantic from the African coast to the America du Nord, was a journey of 6 to 8 weeks, though adverse winds and calms could extend it to 3 months or more. The conditions aboard slave ships have been described so many times in so many sources that the descriptions have acquired a numbing familiarity that threatens to blunt their horror. But the horror deserves to be felt, not merely catalogued. Enslaved people were packed into the holds of ships in spaces so confined that they could not sit upright. They were chained together at the wrists and ankles. They lay in their own waste. The heat in the hold, in tropical latitudes, was suffocating. Temperatures reached well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air was so thick with the stench of excrement, vomit, and infection that sailors who went below to bring food or remove the dead sometimes fainted before they reached the bottom of the ladder. Diseases, dysentery, smallpox, measles, typhoid, raced through the holds, killing the weakened and the already ill with efficiency. Those who died were unchained from the living and dragged up the ladders and heaved over the rail into the sea, where sharks learned to follow slave ships the way gulls follow fishing boats. Those who survived the crossing arrived in the Americas broken in body, but not, as their captors imagined, in spirit. The history of enslaved Africans in the Americas is not only a history of suffering, though the suffering was immense and relentless and spanned centuries. It is also a history of resistance, adaptation, cultural creation, and an endurance that represents one of the most remarkable testimonies to human resilience in the historical record. Enslaved people revolted on the ships. They revolted on the plantations. They ran away and formed independent communities, maroon settlements, in the mountains of Jamaica, the forests of Suriname, the interior of Brazil. They preserved their languages, their music, their religious practices, and their family structures under conditions designed to erase all of these things. They built, from within the belly of the most dehumanizing institution the modern world has produced, cultures of extraordinary vitality and depth, cultures that would eventually reshape the music, the cuisine, the language, the religion, and the identity of every society in the Western Hemisphere. But we must be careful not to let the story of resilience obscure the story of the crime. The transatlantic slave trade was not a natural disaster. It was not an inevitable consequence of historical forces beyond human control. It was a system designed, operated, maintained, and defended by specific people who made specific choices in pursuit of specific profits. Portuguese merchants organized the trade. Spanish, British, French, Dutch, and American planters created the demand. African rulers and merchants participated in the supply, raiding neighboring peoples and selling captives to European buyers in exchange for textiles, firearms, and manufactured goods. The slave trade was a collaborative enterprise, and its guilt is distributed across multiple continents and multiple peoples. But the system's architects were European, its primary beneficiaries were European, and the ideology that justified it, the belief that Africans were inherently suited to servitude, that their enslavement was sanctioned by God and nature, that their suffering was an acceptable cost of economic progress, was a European invention, rooted in the same sense of civilizational superiority that had launched the age of exploration itself. The wealth generated by slave labor built the world we live in tonight. The sugar fortunes of the Caribbean funded the British Industrial Revolution. The cotton picked by enslaved hands in the American South fed the textile mills of Manchester and Liverpool. The profits of the slave trade financed the construction of grand houses, churches, universities, and public buildings across Western Europe. Institutions that stand today, their stone facades bearing no inscription to indicate whose labor paid for their construction. The global economy that emerged from the age of exploration was, at its foundation, a slave economy. To separate the exploration from the exploitation, to celebrate the voyages without reckoning with the human cost, is to see only the surface of the water and ignore the drowned. Let us return now to the sea and to the ships that were still pushing into the unknown, even as the colonial systems they served were hardening into structures that would endure for centuries. While Spain consolidated its vast American empire and Portugal tightened its grip on the Indian Ocean spice trade, other European powers watched with a mixture of admiration, envy, and mounting determination to claim their share. France, England, and the Netherlands had been largely shut out of the first wave of exploration by the Treaty of Tordesillas, which divided the non-Christian world between Spain and Portugal with the Pope's blessing, and without the slightest regard for the opinions of Paris, London, or Amsterdam. But the treaty was only as enforceable as the navies that backed it, and by the middle of the 16th century, the maritime capabilities of Northern Europe were growing with a speed that made Iberian monopoly increasingly untenable. France moved first, though its early efforts were tentative and ultimately unsuccessful. In 1524, King Francis I dispatched Giovanni da Verrazzano, a Florentine navigator, to explore the North American coast in search of a passage to Asia. The fabled Northwest Passage that would obsess European explorers for the next 3 centuries. Verrazzano sailed along the coast from the Carolinas to Newfoundland, entering New York Harbor and narrating the first European description of the site that would one day hold the largest city in the Western Hemisphere. He found no passage to Asia. He found instead a continuous coastline thickly forested, sparsely populated by peoples who regarded his ships with a mixture of curiosity and wariness, and offering no obvious source of the gold and spices that had rewarded Spanish and Portuguese ventures further south. A decade later, Jacques Cartier made the first of 3 voyages to the St. Lawrence River, penetrating deep into the interior of North America, visiting the Iroquoian settlements of Stadacona and Hochelaga, the sites of present-day Quebec City and Montreal, and claiming the region for France. Cartier found no gold. He found no passage to China. He found a country of immense forests, brutal winters, and indigenous peoples who were initially friendly but grew increasingly hostile as French intentions became clear. His attempts to establish permanent settlements failed, defeated by scurvy, cold, and the logistical impossibility of maintaining a colony at the end of a supply line that stretched across the entire North Atlantic. French colonization of North America would not begin in earnest until Samuel de Champlain founded Quebec in 1608, more than a century after Columbus. England's entry into oceanic exploration was similarly slow and initially focused not on colonization, but on the same chimera that had drawn Verrazzano and Cartier, a northern sea route to Asia. In 1497, John Cabot, a Genoese navigator sailing under the English flag, crossed the North Atlantic and made landfall somewhere on the coast of Newfoundland or Nova Scotia, becoming the first European since the Norse to reach the North American mainland. His voyage gave England a theoretical claim to North America, but the claim went unexploited for decades. Henry VII, who had sponsored Cabot's voyage, was a cautious monarch who preferred to let others take the risks and the losses of oceanic exploration. His successors were consumed by domestic affairs, the English Reformation, the dissolution of the monasteries, the political and religious turmoil of the mid-16th century, and had neither the resources nor the inclination to challenge Spain's dominance overseas. This changed in the second half of the 16th century, and the change was driven by a combination of Protestant zeal, commercial ambition, and the extraordinary personal qualities of a generation of English sailors who were equal parts explorer, merchant, and pirate. The distinction between piracy and legitimate warfare was in the 16th century Atlantic essentially non-existent. When England and Spain were at peace, English captains who raided Spanish ships and ports were technically pirates. When the two countries were at war, as they were intermittently from the 1560s onward, the same captains became privateers, licensed by the English crown to prey on Spanish commerce and split the proceeds with the treasury. The most famous of these men, Francis Drake, John Hawkins, Martin Frobisher, Walter Raleigh, were national heroes in England and war criminals in Spain, and neither characterization was entirely wrong. Francis Drake was the most consequential of them all. He was born around 1540 in Devon, a county on England's southwestern coast that bred sailors the way Extremadura bred conquistadors. Not out of romance, but out of economic necessity, because the soil was poor, and the sea was the only road to wealth. Drake went to sea as a boy, learned his craft on coastal trading vessels, and came to public attention in the late 1560s through a series of raids on Spanish ports in the Caribbean. In 1577, he departed Plymouth with 5 ships on what was officially described as a trading voyage to the eastern Mediterranean. It was in reality a clandestine raiding expedition sanctioned by Queen Elizabeth herself, aimed at the Pacific coast of Spanish South America, a coast that Spain considered so far from any possible English threat that its ports were virtually undefended. Drake sailed south, crossed the Atlantic, navigated the Strait of Magellan in a harrowing 16-day passage during which one of his ships was driven back into the Atlantic and another was lost, and emerged into the Pacific with only his flagship, the Golden Hind. He then proceeded to sail up the west coast of South America, raiding Spanish ports and capturing Spanish treasure ships with an audacity that bordered on the surreal. The Spanish had no warships in the Pacific. They had never needed them. Drake moved through their waters like a wolf in an unguarded fold, seizing silver, gold, emeralds, and silk worth a fortune that would eventually exceed the annual revenue of the English crown. His most spectacular capture was the Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, a Spanish treasure galleon sailing from Lima to Panama with a cargo of silver, gold, and precious stones so enormous that it took Drake's crew 6 days to transfer it to the Golden Hind. The Spanish captain, when he saw the English flag, reportedly could not believe what he was seeing. English ships did not exist in the Pacific. They could not exist in the Pacific. And yet here was one bristling with cannon, and it was taking everything he had. Drake continued north along the coast, possibly as far as modern-day Oregon or British Columbia. The exact extent of his northward exploration is disputed, before turning west across the Pacific, crossing the Indian Ocean, rounding the Cape of Good Hope, and returning to Plymouth on September 26, 1580, 3 years after his departure. He was the first Englishman to circumnavigate the globe, and only the second commander in history, after Magellan and Elcano, to lead an expedition that completed the circuit. Queen Elizabeth came aboard the Golden Hind at Deptford and knighted Drake on his own deck. The Spanish ambassador demanded Drake's arrest and the return of the stolen treasure. Elizabeth's response, delivered with the diplomatic finesse for which she was famous, was to keep the treasure. Her share alone was enough to pay off England's entire foreign debt, and to tell the ambassador that she would look into the matter at her convenience. She never did. Drake's circumnavigation was a turning point not because it added significantly to geographical knowledge — Magellan's voyage had already proven the route — but because it demonstrated that Spain's monopoly on the Pacific was broken. English ships could reach the richest coast in the Spanish Empire. English guns could take what English diplomacy could not negotiate. The age of Iberian dominance was ending, and the age of Northern European maritime power, an age that would be dominated by England and the Netherlands, was beginning. The confrontation between England and Spain reached its climax in 1588, when Philip II of Spain assembled the largest naval force Europe had ever seen, 130 ships carrying roughly 30,000 men, and sent it north to invade England, depose the Protestant Elizabeth, and restore Catholicism to a country that had been drifting from Rome for half a century. The fleet was called the Armada, and the Spanish believed it was invincible. They were wrong. The defeat of the Spanish Armada is one of those historical events whose significance has been both exaggerated and misunderstood. The English did not destroy the Armada in a single decisive naval battle. What happened was more complex and, in its way, more devastating. The English fleet, smaller, faster, more maneuverable, and commanded by experienced captains, including Drake and Hawkins, harassed the Armada as it sailed up the English Channel, preventing it from linking up with the Spanish army waiting in the Netherlands. English fireships scattered the Armada from its anchorage off Calais. And then the weather intervened. Fierce storms drove the Armada north around Scotland and down the west coast of Ireland, where dozens of ships were wrecked on the rocks. Roughly half the fleet and 2/3 of its men never returned to Spain. The Armada's defeat did not end Spanish power. Spain remained the dominant European state for decades to come, and its American empire would endure for more than 2 centuries. But 1588 marked a psychological shift. Spain was no longer invincible. The Atlantic was no longer a Spanish lake. And the nations of Northern Europe, England, France, the Netherlands, began to pursue overseas empires of their own with a confidence that the Armada's destruction had made possible. The Dutch, in particular, erupted onto the global stage with an energy that was astonishing given the size of their country. The United Provinces of the Netherlands, a small, flat, waterlogged republic that had won its independence from Spain through decades of brutal warfare, had virtually no natural resources, limited agricultural land, and a population smaller than that of most European kingdoms. What it had was ships. The Dutch were, per capita, the most prolific shipbuilders and sailors in Europe. Their merchant fleet was larger than those of England, France, and Spain combined. Their financial institutions, the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, the Bank of Amsterdam, the system of joint stock companies that allowed private investors to pool capital for overseas ventures, were the most sophisticated in the world. In 1602, the Dutch East India Company, the Verenigde Oostindische Compagnie, or VOC, was established by act of the Dutch Parliament, the States General. It was the world's first publicly traded corporation, and it was granted a monopoly on Dutch trade east of the Cape of Good Hope and west of the Strait of Magellan, which is to say, a monopoly on Dutch trade with Asia and the Pacific. The VOC was not merely a trading company, it was authorized to raise armies, wage war, negotiate treaties, establish colonies, and administer justice in the territories it controlled. It was, in effect, a state within a state, a corporate entity with sovereign powers, and it would become the most profitable and most powerful commercial organization the world had ever seen. The VOC's primary objective was the same prize that had drawn the Portuguese east and Magellan west, the spice trade. But where the Portuguese had operated through a network of coastal trading posts and naval patrols, the Dutch pursued control through conquest and monopoly. They seized Malacca from the Portuguese in 1641. They established Batavia, modern-day Jakarta, as the capital of their Asian empire. They took control of the Moluccas, the Spice Islands themselves, and enforced their monopoly on clove and nutmeg production with a ruthlessness that makes the Spanish encomienda look gentle by comparison. On the Banda Islands, the world's sole source of nutmeg, the VOC's governor Jan Pieterszoon Cohen orchestrated a campaign of mass killing and forced deportation that reduced the indigenous population from approximately 15,000 to barely 1,000. The survivors were enslaved and put to work on nutmeg plantations owned by Dutch settlers. The spice had to flow. The people who grew it were, like the people who harvested sugar in the Caribbean, expendable inputs in a calculation of profit that admitted no human variables. The VOC also pushed the boundaries of European geographical knowledge further than any previous organization. Dutch ships explored the coasts of Australia, then called New Holland, decades before any British vessel reached those shores. Abel Tasman, sailing for the VOC in 1642, circumnavigated Australia without knowing it, discovered Tasmania and New Zealand, and sailed through the waters of Fiji and Tonga. The VOC's cartographers produced maps of Southeast Asia of a quality and detail that would not be surpassed for a century. Dutch navigators charted the Indian Ocean with a precision that made the passage from the Cape of Good Hope to Batavia as routine as a ferry crossing. The infrastructure of global maritime trade, the routes, the waypoints, the seasonal patterns of wind and current that allowed ships to cross oceans on predictable schedules, was, in large part, a Dutch creation. But the VOC's empire, for all its commercial brilliance, was built on the same foundations as every other European colonial enterprise: military force, coerced labor, and the assumption that non-European peoples and their resources existed to be exploited. The profits that flowed back to Amsterdam funded the Dutch Golden Age, one of the most extraordinary outpourings of artistic, scientific, and intellectual achievement in European history. Rembrandt painted his masterpieces in a city whose wealth derived from the spice trade. Spinoza developed his philosophy in a republic whose prosperity was underwritten by the labor of enslaved people on 3 continents. The tulip mania that consumed Amsterdam speculators in the 1630s was only possible because the underlying economy generated enough surplus wealth to support financial speculation on a flower. That wealth had origins, those origins had costs. The costs were paid by people whose names were never recorded in the ledgers of the VOC. While the Dutch built their commercial empire in Asia, and the Spanish continued to extract silver and gold from the Americas, England was slowly, haltingly, and with considerably less success than national mythology would later suggest, attempting to establish its own foothold in North America. The early English colonies were disasters. Sir Walter Raleigh's Roanoke colony, established on the coast of what is now North Carolina in 1587, vanished without explanation. Its settlers disappeared, leaving behind only the word Croatoan carved into a wooden post, a mystery that has never been definitively solved. The Jamestown colony, founded in Virginia in 1607, nearly perished in its first years. Of the roughly 500 settlers who arrived in the first 2 years, fewer than 60 survived the winter of 1609 to 1610, a period so terrible that it became known as the Starving Time. The colonists ate their horses, their dogs, their cats, their rats, their shoe leather, and, in at least one documented case, the corpse of a dead companion. Archaeological evidence has confirmed what the written sources describe. Cut marks on human bones recovered from the Jamestown site tell a story that no amount of mythologizing about the New World's promise can sanitize. What saved the Virginia colony was not English grit or divine providence, but a plant. Tobacco, a crop native to the Americas and cultivated by indigenous peoples for thousands of years, proved to be almost perfectly suited to the soil and climate of the Virginia tidewater. The English market for tobacco was voracious and growing. By the 1620s, Virginia colonists were planting tobacco in the streets of Jamestown, in the gardens of the fort, in every cleared patch of ground they could find. The crop was labor-intensive, and labor was in chronic short supply. The first solution was indentured servitude. Poor Englishmen who sold their labor for a term of years in exchange for passage to the colony. The second solution, which would gradually replace the first over the course of the 17th century, was chattel slavery. In August 1619, a ship carrying approximately 20 enslaved Africans arrived at the English settlement of Point Comfort in Virginia. They had been captured by English privateers from a Portuguese slave ship and were traded to the colonists in exchange for provisions. This moment, as often cited as the beginning of African slavery in English North America, was not in itself dramatically different from the slave trading that had been occurring in the Spanish and Portuguese empires for more than a century. But it planted a seed that would grow over the next 246 years into the institution that would define American history, provoke the bloodiest war in American experience, and leave scars that remain unhealed in the country's social fabric to this day. Further north, a different kind of colony was taking shape. In November 1620, a small ship called the Mayflower dropped anchor off the coast of what is now Massachusetts, carrying 102 passengers, a mix of religious separatists seeking freedom to practice their faith and ordinary settlers seeking economic opportunity. They established Plymouth Colony, survived their first winter with the help of the Wampanoag people who taught them to cultivate local crops, and held what later generations would mythologize as the first Thanksgiving, a harvest celebration that has been remembered as a moment of cross-cultural friendship and forgotten as the prelude to a century of dispossession, warfare, and the near-total destruction of the indigenous peoples of New England. The pattern was consistent across every colonial enterprise, in every hemisphere, under every European flag. First contact, then trade, then dependence, then demand, then coercion, then resistance, then war, then defeat, then dispossession. The details varied. The arc did not. And beyond the colonies, beyond the trade routes and the plantations and the missions and the slave ships, the process of exploration itself continued. Driven now not only by the search for wealth and the hunger for territory, but by something newer, something that would gradually separate itself from conquest and become its own justification. The impulse to know, the desire to see what lay beyond the horizon, not because there was gold there, or spices or souls to save, but because it was unknown. And the unknown exerted a gravitational pull on certain kinds of minds that no amount of rational calculation could resist. This impulse had always been present in the age of exploration, tangled inseparably with the commercial and religious motives that dominated the official accounts. Pigafetta had not sailed with Magellan for profit. He had sailed because he wanted to see the world. The cartographers who labored over their charts in Lisbon and Amsterdam were not merely producing tools for merchants and admirals. They were building a picture of the planet, filling in the blank spaces with information won at terrible cost. And in doing so, they were participating in an intellectual project that transcended the interests of any single nation or company. By the late 17th century, this impulse was beginning to acquire institutional form. Scientific societies, the Royal Society in London, founded in 1660, the Académie des Sciences in Paris, founded in 1666, began to sponsor voyages of exploration whose primary purpose was not trade or conquest, but the systematic observation and cataloging of the natural world. The questions that drove these voyages were different from the questions that had driven Henry the Navigator or Columbus or Pizarro. How large was the Pacific? What lands lay in the vast southern ocean that mapmakers had labeled Terra Australis Incognita? The unknown southern land? What plants and animals existed in regions Europeans had never visited? How did the Earth's magnetism behave at different latitudes? What could the observation of celestial events, eclipses, the transit of Venus across the face of the Sun, reveal about the size of the solar system and the nature of the universe? These questions would shape the next great chapter of exploration. The voyages of the 18th century, which would carry European ships into the farthest reaches of the Pacific, map the coastlines of Australia and New Zealand, penetrate the Antarctic ice, and produce a body of scientific knowledge that would transform European understanding of the natural world. The men who led these voyages, Cook, Bougainville, La Pérouse, Flinders, were different from their predecessors in important ways. They carried naturalists alongside their navigators. They collected specimens alongside their charts. They were trained in scientific observation as well as seamanship. They were, in their own understanding, servants of knowledge as well as servants of empire. But they were still servants of empire. The scientific voyages of the 18th century did not occur in a vacuum of pure intellectual curiosity. They were funded by governments that expected practical returns, new territories to claim, new resources to exploit, new peoples to trade with or convert or subjugate. The instruments of observation and the instruments of conquest traveled in the same ships, wielded by the same hands. The naturalist who cataloged a new species of bird on a Pacific island stood on a deck built from timber felled in forests that had once belonged to someone else, on a ship that carried cannon as well as collecting jars. The age of exploration did not end with a single event, a final voyage, a last discovery. It faded gradually as the blank spaces on the map were filled in, as the unknown became the known, as the world shrank under the accumulating weight of European ships, European guns, European diseases, and European ambition. By the middle of the 18th century, the broad outlines of every continent had been charted. The major oceans had been crossed and recrossed. The sea routes between continents were well established, regularly traveled, and mapped with a precision that made oceanic navigation, if not safe, at least predictable. But the work was far from complete. The Pacific remained a vast canvas of uncertainty, its thousands of islands scattered across an area so immense that ships could sail for weeks without sighting land. The polar regions, the Arctic and the Antarctic, were essentially unknown, guarded by ice that no ship of the era could penetrate. The interiors of Africa, South America, Asia, and Australia were blank on European maps. Their rivers, mountains, and peoples as mysterious to the cartographers of London and Paris as they had been to the cartographers of Lisbon and Seville 2 centuries earlier. And it was to the Pacific that Azores, that last great theater of European exploration, that the most important voyages of the 18th century would be directed. Voyages that would reveal at last the true dimensions of the planet and the extraordinary diversity of its peoples. Voyages that would be led by a man who was, in almost every respect, the opposite of the conquistadors who had preceded him. A man of humble origins and extraordinary skill, of meticulous observation and genuine curiosity, who would map more of the Earth's surface than any single person before or since, and who would die, like Magellan, on a beach far from home, killed by the very peoples he had sought to understand. His name was James Cook. And his story begins not with a sword or a cross or a chest of gold, but with a sextant, a chronometer, and an unanswered question about the size of the solar system. James Cook was born on October 27, 1728, in a 2-room clay cottage in the village of Marton in the North Riding of Yorkshire. His father was a Scottish farmhand who had migrated south in search of work and found it on the estate of a local landowner. His mother was a Yorkshire woman whose name, Grace, is almost the only thing history records about her. The family was poor in the way that most rural English families were poor in the 18th century, which is to say that they ate when the harvest was good and went hungry when it was not, that their clothing was patched and repatched until it could hold no more patches, and that the future they could offer their children extended no further than the nearest field or the nearest market town. The boy showed an early aptitude for numbers. His father's employer, impressed enough to pay for the child's schooling, sent young James to a local academy where he learned arithmetic with a facility that his teachers noted, and that would, decades later, make him one of the finest practical mathematicians in the Royal Navy. But formal education ended early. At 16, Cook was apprenticed to a grocer and haberdasher in the fishing village of Staithes on the Yorkshire coast. The shop faced the sea. The boy spent his days measuring cloth and counting buttons while through the shop window he watched the collier brigs, the sturdy coal-hauling vessels that were the workhorses of the North Sea trade, beating up and down the coast with their heavy cargoes. The sea called. The shop could not hold him. Within 18 months he had abandoned haberdashery forever and walked to the nearby port of Whitby, where he presented himself to John and Henry Walker, Quaker ship owners who operated a fleet of coal carriers between the Tyne and London. The Walkers took him on. And in the cold, gray, dangerous waters of the North Sea, James Cook became a sailor. The coal trade was not glamorous. It was not romantic. It was back-breaking, dangerous work carried out on blunt-bowed, flat-bottomed vessels that were designed to carry maximum cargo through shallow, treacherous waters, not to inspire poetry. The collier brigs of the North Sea navigated sandbanks that shifted with every storm, harbors whose entrances were barely wider than the ships that used them, and a coast so littered with wrecks that local economies depended as much on salvage as on fishing. A man who learned his seamanship in these waters learned it thoroughly, or he drowned. There was no middle ground. Cook spent 9 years in the coal trade, rising from apprentice to able seaman to mate. He lived in the cramped forecastle of Whitby colliers, ate the same salt beef and hardtack that sailors had eaten for centuries, and absorbed through daily practice the skills that would later carry him to the ends of the earth. Coastal navigation, the handling of heavy vessels in tight waters, the reading of tides and currents, and the subtle shifts in wind that could mean the difference between a safe anchorage and a lee shore. He also, during the long winter layups when the ships were hauled out for repair, began to teach himself the mathematics and astronomy that would transform him from a competent merchant sailor into one of the most skilled navigators who ever lived. He studied Euclid's geometry by candlelight in the attic of the Walker House in Whitby. He worked through navigational treatises. He practiced observations with whatever instruments he could borrow or afford. He was, in every sense, a self-made man, one who built his capabilities not from the advantages of birth or education, but from the raw materials of talent, discipline, and an appetite for knowledge that nothing in his background could explain and nothing in his circumstances could satisfy. In 1755, with the 7 Years' War approaching and the Royal Navy expanding to meet the threat of French power, Cook made a decision that puzzled everyone who knew him. He was 26 years old, experienced, and on the verge of being offered command of his own merchant vessel, the culmination of a coal trade career, a position of comfort and modest prosperity. He turned it down. He walked away from the merchant service and enlisted in the Royal Navy as an ordinary able seaman, the lowest rank available to a man of his experience, a position that paid less, demanded more, and offered no guarantee of advancement. His friends thought he had lost his mind. The Walkers, who had invested years in his training, were bewildered. Cook never explained his reasoning, at least not in any document that has survived. But the Navy offered something the coal trade could not: the possibility of sailing beyond the familiar waters of the North Sea, beyond the coastal routes he had memorized, into the wider world that his self-taught astronomy and mathematics had opened in his imagination. The coal trade was a ceiling. The Navy was a sky. His rise was steady and, by the standards of the 18th century Navy, remarkable. In a service where commissions were purchased by the sons of aristocrats and promotion depended as much on social connections as on competence, Cook advanced on pure merit. He served aboard HMS Eagle during operations against French shipping in the Atlantic. He was promoted to master, the officer responsible for a ship's navigation, a position that required precisely the combination of mathematical skill and practical seamanship that Cook possessed in abundance. In 1758, he was assigned to the fleet operating in Canadian waters during the campaign to capture Quebec from the French, and it was here that Cook discovered the second skill that would define his career. He could draw maps. Not merely competent maps, but maps of extraordinary precision, clarity, and beauty, produced under conditions that would have defeated most cartographers. Cook spent months in small boats, sometimes under French fire, surveying the channels and shoals of the St. Lawrence River, producing charts so accurate that they were still in use a century later. His survey of the Newfoundland coast, conducted over 5 seasons between 1763 and 1767, was a masterpiece of hydrographic science. Hundreds of miles of dangerous, fog-shrouded coastline mapped with an accuracy that astonished the Admiralty and brought Cook to the attention of the men who would soon be planning the most ambitious scientific voyage of the century. The occasion was the transit of Venus, a rare astronomical event in which the planet Venus passes directly between the Earth and the Sun, appearing as a small dark dot moving slowly across the solar disk. The transit occurs in pairs separated by 8 years, with gaps of more than a century between each pair. The transit pair of 1761 and 1769 had been identified by astronomers as an opportunity to solve one of the great unsettled questions in science: the precise distance from the Earth to the Sun, a measurement that would, through the application of Kepler's laws, yield the scale of the entire solar system. The method, proposed by Edmund Halley decades earlier, required simultaneous observations of the transit from widely separated points on the Earth's surface. The more observations from the more widely scattered locations, the more accurate the calculation. The 1761 transit had been observed from multiple European locations, but the results were disappointing. Atmospheric distortion, poor weather, and the difficulty of timing the exact moment when Venus's silhouette touched the edge of the solar disk had produced measurements that were too imprecise to yield a reliable answer. The 1769 transit was the last chance for more than a century. If it was not observed with greater precision, the question would remain unanswered until 1874. The Royal Society petitioned King George III for funds to send an expedition to the South Pacific, where the transit would be visible under optimal conditions. The king agreed. The Admiralty was tasked with providing a ship and a commander. The ship they chose was the Endeavour, a former Whitby collier. The same type of blunt, sturdy, flat-bottomed coal carrier that Cook had sailed in his youth, chosen for the same qualities that made it useful in the North Sea: shallow draft, spacious hold, and the ability to survive being run aground without breaking apart. The commander they chose was James Cook, now a lieutenant, whose navigational skills, surveying expertise, and demonstrated ability to operate independently in remote waters made him the obvious candidate despite his lack of social distinction. Cook departed Plymouth on August 26, 1768, carrying 94 men, provisions for 18 months, and a set of instructions that extended far beyond the observation of Venus. The transit was the public justification for the voyage. The secret instructions opened after departure directed Cook to search for the great southern continent, Terra Australis Incognita, that European geographers had theorized must exist in the southern hemisphere to balance the land masses of the north. If he found it, he was to chart its coasts, assess its resources, and claim it for the British Crown. If he did not find it, he was to explore New Zealand, which Abel Tasman had sighted in 1642 but never surveyed, and to chart as much of the South Pacific as time and provisions allowed. The Endeavour carried, in addition to her naval crew, a party of civilians whose presence would transform the voyage from a military expedition into something closer to a floating scientific laboratory. The most significant of these was Joseph Banks, a wealthy young naturalist who had financed his own participation to the tune of £10,000, a fortune that paid for the instruments, specimen jars, drawing materials, and the small team of artists and scientists who accompanied him. Banks was 25 years old, handsome, charismatic, boundlessly enthusiastic, and possessed of a genuine scientific curiosity that was matched by an equally genuine sense of personal entitlement. He and Cook were a study in contrasts, the aristocratic amateur and the self-taught professional, the man who had bought his way aboard and the man who had earned his place through decades of service. Their relationship was respectful but never warm, and it produced results that neither could have achieved alone. The voyage to Tahiti, the island selected as the observation point for the transit, took 8 months by way of Madeira, Rio de Janeiro, and Cape Horn. Cook rounded the Horn in January 1769 in the southern summer and experienced weather that was, by Cape Horn standards, almost mild. The Endeavour then sailed northwest across the Pacific, following a route that carried her through waters that few European ships had traveled, and arrived at Tahiti on April 13, 1769. Tahiti had been visited by Europeans twice before, by the English captain Samuel Wallis in 1767 and by the French navigator Louis-Antoine de Bougainville in 1768. Both had described the island in terms that bordered on the paradisiacal. Wallis and Bougainville found a society that seemed to European eyes conditioned by centuries of Christian guilt about the human body, almost scandalously free. The Tahitians were physically beautiful, hospitable, and governed by sexual mores that were so different from European conventions that they provoked equal measures of fascination and moral panic in the men who encountered them. The women came aboard the ships. The men offered their daughters in exchange for iron nails, a commodity so valued in a Stone Age culture that the sailors pulled the nails from the ship's timbers to use as currency, threatening the structural integrity of the vessels themselves. Cook's experience of Tahiti was more complex and more carefully observed than his predecessors. He was there for 3 months, long enough to build an observatory on the beach, take his transit observations, and develop relationships with the Tahitian leadership that were more nuanced than the simple exchange of nails and sexual favors that had characterized earlier visits. Cook was a careful observer of the societies he encountered, and his journals record Tahitian customs, social structures, navigation techniques, and religious practices with a detail that reflects genuine interest rather than mere cataloging. He was not free of the biases of his time. No 18th century European was, but he was less enslaved to them than most. He saw the Tahitians as people, not specimens, and he treated them with a respect that was, by the standards of European exploration, unusual. The transit observations were taken on June 3, 1769. The results were, as in 1761, disappointing. The optical phenomenon known as the black drop effect made it impossible to time Venus's contact with the solar disk with the precision the calculation required. The transit of Venus, which had justified the entire expedition, produced data that was useful but not decisive. The distance to the sun would not be accurately measured until the next transit pair, in 1874 and 1882, by which time photographic technology had eliminated the ambiguity that had plagued visual observations, but the transit was, in a sense, a pretext. The real work of the voyage began when Cook opened his secret instructions and turned the Endeavour south. He sailed from Tahiti in July 1769, searching for the great southern continent. He found nothing, only empty ocean stretching to the horizon in every direction, the swells growing longer and colder as he pushed south, the temperature dropping, the days shortening as the southern winter approached. There was no continent. The vast southern landmass that European theory demanded was not where European theory predicted it should be. Cook turned west toward New Zealand. He reached it on October 6, 1769, making landfall on the east coast of the North Island. What followed was a circumnavigation and survey of both islands that lasted 6 months and produced a chart of New Zealand so accurate that it served as the standard reference for navigators until well into the 19th century. Cook mapped over 2,400 miles of coastline, much of it dangerous, all of it unknown, working from small boats in waters that were frequently hostile. Strong currents, heavy swells, submerged rocks, and a coast that alternated between sheer cliffs and river mouths choked with surf. He proved that New Zealand was not part of a southern continent but two separate islands divided by a strait that now bears his name. His encounters with the Maori were the first sustained contact between Europeans and the indigenous people of New Zealand, and they followed a pattern that would become grimly familiar. Initial meetings were marked by mutual curiosity, attempts at communication through gestures and gifts, and a fragile, uncertain peace that could shatter in an instant. At Poverty Bay, Titsin, a name Cook gave to the site of his first landing because his attempts to obtain fresh provisions there were unsuccessful, a confrontation ended with Maori dead, shot by Marines when a misunderstanding escalated into what the British interpreted as an attack. Cook expressed regret in his journal. The regret was genuine, but insufficient. He had come carrying weapons, and when the unfamiliar became the threatening, the weapons spoke first. The pattern repeated at other points along the coast, moments of friendly trade and cultural exchange, interspersed with moments of violence that left indigenous people dead and European consciences uneasy. Cook was not a conquistador. He did not seek to conquer or enslave or convert, but he carried with him the same fundamental asymmetry that had defined every European encounter with non-European peoples since the Portuguese first sailed past Cape Bojador. He had guns. They did not. And when the gap between cultures produced friction, the friction was resolved in favor of the culture with firearms. The good intentions of individual Europeans, and Cook's intentions were, by the standards of his era, genuinely good, could not overcome the structural violence embedded in the encounter itself. From New Zealand, Cook sailed west and reached the east coast of Australia on April 19, 1770. He was not the first European to sight the continent. Dutch navigators had mapped portions of the north and west coasts over the preceding century and a half, but he was the first to chart the east coast, and his survey would form the basis for British claims to the territory that would lead, 18 years later, to the establishment of the penal colony at Botany Bay and the beginning of European settlement in Australia. The Australian coast presented challenges of a different kind than New Zealand. The Great Barrier Reef, the largest coral reef system on Earth, stretching more than 1,400 miles along the northeastern coast, was an invisible maze of submerged coral heads, shallow passages, and tidal channels that no chart could predict because no chart existed. Cook sailed into this labyrinth without knowing it was there, navigating by lead line and lookout. And on the night of June 11, 1770, the Endeavour struck a coral head and tore open her hull. The grounding on the Great Barrier Reef was the defining crisis of Cook's first voyage and one of the most dramatic episodes in the history of navigation. The ship hit at high tide, which meant that as the water fell, she settled more firmly onto the coral, her hull grinding against the reef with every swell. Water poured through the breach. The pumps could barely keep pace. Cook ordered everything expendable thrown overboard to lighten the ship. Cannon, ballast, stores, even the spare anchors. 6 guns went over the side, along with casks of food and water and iron and stone. For nearly 24 hours, the crew fought to keep the ship afloat while the tide fell and rose and fell again, each cycle threatening to break the hull open entirely. On the second high tide, Cook managed to haul the Endeavour off the reef using anchors laid out in the ship's boats, but she was still taking water dangerously. In a remarkable act of improvisation, Cook ordered a sail smeared with oakum and sheep dung to be drawn under the hull and pressed against the breech by water pressure, a technique called fothering, which Cook had learned in the coal trade. It worked. The leak slowed enough for the pumps to gain ground, and Cook brought the Endeavour to a river mouth on the coast of what is now Queensland, where she was beached and repaired over the course of 7 weeks. Banks and his naturalists used the enforced stay to collect specimens of Australian flora and fauna, including the first European descriptions of the kangaroo, an animal so unlike anything in European experience that Banks's written description was received with frank disbelief by readers in London, who assumed the naturalist was either drunk or hallucinating. Cook's own observations of the Aboriginal people of the region were characteristically measured. He noted their skill with fire, their knowledge of the landscape, their apparent contentment with a way of life that Europeans would have considered desperately primitive. In a journal passage that reveals more about Cook than about the people he was describing, he wrote that the Aboriginal Australians appeared to be far more happier than we Europeans, possessing everything they needed and desiring nothing they did not have. It was an observation that Rousseau would have applauded, and that the subsequent history of European Aboriginal relations would render heartbreaking in its naivety. Cook repaired the Endeavour, navigated out of the reef through a passage he found with characteristic skill and characteristic luck, and sailed north along the coast to its tip, where he passed through the Torres Strait between Australia and New Guinea, proving that the two land masses were separate, and turned west for home. He stopped at Batavia, the Dutch colonial capital in Java, to make more extensive repairs, and it was there that the voyage's worst losses occurred. Batavia was notorious for its pestilential climate. Malaria and dysentery were endemic, and Cook's crew, which had remained remarkably healthy throughout 2 years of voyaging, was devastated in a matter of weeks. 30 men died at Batavia and during the subsequent crossing of the Indian Ocean. The toll included several of Banks's scientific team, including the 2 artists whose drawings of Pacific plants and animals would have been among the voyage's most valuable contributions. The Endeavour reached England on July 12, 1771, nearly 3 years after her departure. Cook had circumnavigated New Zealand, charted the east coast of Australia, crossed the Pacific twice, and brought home a treasury of scientific observations, charts, and specimens that would occupy European scholars for decades. He had lost roughly a third of his crew, mostly to disease at Batavia. He had not found the great southern continent. He had found something more valuable, accurate knowledge of the Pacific, won through patient observation and careful measurement rather than through conquest and plunder. The Admiralty was pleased. The Royal Society was ecstatic. Banks became a celebrity, his specimens and stories captivating London society. Cook, characteristically, said very little. He went home to his wife Elizabeth, whom he had married in 1762, and who had borne 6 children during the years of his absence, 3 of whom would die in childhood. Cook's domestic life exists in the historical record as a series of departures and returns. The family he maintained between voyages serving as a kind of anchor point from which he repeatedly set sail and to which he less and less completely returned. Elizabeth Cook would outlive her husband by 56 years, dying in 1835 at the age of 93. Having survived not only James but all 6 of their children. The longevity of her grief is one of those biographical details that no amount of historical analysis can fully absorb. Cook was already planning his next voyage. The question of the southern continent remained unanswered. He had proven it did not exist where the theorists had placed it, but the higher southern latitudes between 60 degrees south and the pole remained unexplored. If a great southern landmass existed, it must lie there, in the zone of permanent ice, beyond the reach of any previous expedition. Cook proposed to go and find out. The Admiralty gave him 2 ships, the Resolution and the Adventure, both Whitby-built colliers like the Endeavour, and instructions to sail as far south as possible, circumnavigating the globe in the high southern latitudes, and to determine once and for all whether a habitable southern continent existed. It was in conception the most ambitious voyage of exploration ever attempted. Cook would spend 3 years in the remotest waters on Earth, further from any possibility of rescue or resupply than any navigator had ever ventured, in seas where the temperature rarely rose above freezing and the ice could crush a ship's hull like paper. He departed Plymouth on July 13, 1772, and sailed south. The Southern Ocean received Cook the way it received everything, with indifference and violence. Within weeks of crossing the Antarctic convergence, the invisible boundary where the cold polar waters meet the warmer seas of the temperate zone, the Resolution and the Adventure were sailing through a world that seemed designed to kill them. Fog so thick that the 2 ships lost sight of each other for days at a time. Swells that rolled unbroken from the ice edge. Enormous gray walls of water that lifted the ship's sterns and dropped their bows into troughs so deep that the horizon disappeared. Wind that did not blow so much as scream. A sound that entered the men's bones and stayed there. a sound that became the background noise of their existence for months on end. And everywhere, the ice. Cook had expected ice. He had not expected this. The icebergs of the Southern Ocean were not the modest hazards of the North Atlantic, where chunks of glacial ice drifted south from Greenland and could be avoided by an alert lookout. These were floating mountains, remember. Tabular bergs a mile or more in length, with vertical cliffs of blue-white ice rising 200 feet above the surface and extending 10 times that depth below. They moved through the fog in silence, visible only when the mist parted for a moment to reveal a wall of ice bearing down on the ship with the slow, unstoppable momentum of a continent calving itself into the sea. At night, the lookouts listened for the sound of waves breaking against ice they could not see, and the helmsman altered course based on the temperature of the spray. Colder meant closer, and closer meant death. On January 17, 1773, the Resolution and the Adventure crossed the Antarctic Circle, becoming the first ships in recorded history to penetrate the waters south of 66 degrees. Cook pushed further. The ice thickened, forming a continuous field that stretched to the horizon, broken only by leads of open water that appeared and closed with the tides and the wind. Cook threaded his ships through these leads with a combination of nerve and navigational genius that his officers watched with something approaching disbelief. The ship's hulls groaned against the ice. Shards of frozen seawater scraped along the copper sheathing with a sound like fingernails on slate. The rigging glazed over, ropes becoming rigid as iron bars, sails freezing into boards that had to be beaten flexible before they could be set. Cook reached 71 degrees 10 minutes south, further south than any human being had ever traveled, before the ice stopped him. An impenetrable barrier of pack ice stretched across the horizon in every direction, and behind it, visible from the masthead on clear days, a luminous brightness in the sky that experienced ice navigators recognized as the reflection of a vast ice field beyond the visible horizon. Cook called this brightness the ice blink, and he understood what it meant. There was land to the south, or at the very least, ice so extensive and so permanent that it was functionally indistinguishable from land, but he could not reach it. No wooden ship could penetrate that barrier, and even if it could, there was no reason to believe that what lay beyond was anything other than ice. Ice without limit, ice without mercy, ice that would hold a ship in its grip until the pressure crushed her timbers and the ocean swallowed what remained. He turned north. The decision was tactical, not permanent. Cook's plan was to swing north into warmer waters to rest and resupply, then drive south again at a different longitude, probing the ice barrier at multiple points to determine whether a gap existed. Over the next 2 years, he would repeat this pattern 3 times. North to the Pacific Islands for provisions and repair, then south again into the ice, each penetration at a different point on the compass, each pushing into waters no ship had ever entered. The cumulative track of the Resolution's course during the second voyage, if plotted on a map, describes a series of enormous zigzags between the tropics and the Antarctic Circle, covering more than 60,000 miles of ocean, the greatest single voyage in the history of sail. The toll on the crew was severe. The cold was constant and penetrating, a wet cold that no amount of clothing could defeat because the clothing itself became saturated with spray and never dried. The men's hands cracked and bled from handling frozen ropes. Frostbite blackened fingers and toes. The diet, despite Cook's fanatical insistence on anti-scorbutic measures, sauerkraut, malt wort, fresh greens gathered at every landfall, and the scrupulous cleaning of the ship's quarters was monotonous and inadequate for the calories the cold demanded. Men grew thin, their faces aged. The perpetual gray of the Southern Ocean, the absence of color, the absence of warmth, the absence of anything that the human eye could rest upon with pleasure, wore at morale with the slow persistence of water on stone. Cook himself showed no visible deterioration. He was 44 years old when the voyage began, and his constitution appeared to be made of the same material as the Whitby oak from which his ships were built. He stood watches in weather that drove other men below. He ate the same food as his crew, including famously portions of experimental anti-scorbutic preparations so foul that the men refused to touch them until Cook made a show of eating them himself, at which point they became desirable through the perverse logic of naval hierarchy. He maintained discipline without brutality, a rare achievement in an era when flogging was the standard response to any infraction, and some captains measured their authority by the number of backs they had laid open. Cook flogged men when he had to, but far less frequently than his contemporaries, and he seems to have regarded corporal punishment as a failure of leadership rather than an expression of it. The Resolution and the Adventure had separated during a storm south of New Zealand and would not reunite during the voyage. The Adventure, under the command of Tobias Furneaux, made her own way back to England after a series of misfortunes that included a devastating encounter with Maori warriors at Grass Cove in Queen Charlotte Sound, where 10 of Furneaux's men were killed and, as the evidence unmistakably indicated, eaten. Cannibalism among certain Maori groups was a practice well documented by multiple European observers, and its discovery provoked reactions among the British that ranged from horrified fascination to a self-serving revulsion that conveniently ignored the fact that European sailors had been known to eat their dead in extremis. The Jamestown colonists, the survivors of innumerable shipwrecks, the crews of becalmed vessels whose provisions had run out. The difference in European eyes was intention. Europeans ate human flesh to survive. The Maori, it was believed, ate it by choice. The distinction allowed Europeans to classify the practice as barbarism rather than desperation, and barbarism justified the civilizing mission that was already being used to rationalize European expansion into Maori territory. Cook, sailing alone in the Resolution, continued his methodical circumnavigation of the Antarctic. He visited Easter Island, where the enormous stone statues stunned his crew and puzzled his intellect. How had the islanders, with no metal tools and no draft animals, carved and transported figures weighing dozens of tons? He revisited Tahiti, where his relationships with the island's chiefs had deepened into something approaching genuine friendship, complicated always by the asymmetry of power that attended every European indigenous encounter. He visited Tonga, which he called the Friendly Islands, because of the warmth of his reception. A warmth that, according to some Tongan oral histories, masked a plan to attack the British ships and seize their cargo, a plan that was abandoned only because the Tongan chiefs could not agree on the timing. He pushed south again, and again, and again. Each time, the ice stopped him. Each time, the barrier proved impenetrable. And each time, Cook recorded in his journal, with the dispassionate precision that was his hallmark, the coordinates of his farthest penetration, the condition of the ice, the direction and force of the wind, and his assessment of what lay beyond. He was building, voyage by voyage and observation by observation, a picture of the Southern Ocean that would not be significantly improved upon for more than a century. On his final southern push in January 1774, Cook reached 71 degrees 10 minutes south once more, matching his previous record, and stared at the same impenetrable ice barrier that had stopped him before. He knew, with the certainty of a man who had spent 2 years testing every possible approach, that a southern continent might exist behind that ice, but that if it did, it was buried under a permanent ice cap that made it uninhabitable and unreachable by any technology available to him. In his journal, he wrote a passage that closed the question of Terra Australis with a finality that no subsequent explorer would challenge until the 19th century. He wrote that, should anyone possess the resolution and fortitude to push further south than he had done, he would not envy them the honor of the discovery. The world, he concluded, would derive no benefit from it. He was right about the resolution and fortitude. He was wrong about the benefit. Antarctica would prove to be one of the most scientifically valuable landscapes on Earth, a frozen archive of the planet's climate history, a laboratory for the study of ice, weather, and the origins of ocean currents. But Cook was not wrong in the terms that mattered to him and to the Admiralty. There was no habitable southern continent. There was no rich and populous Terra Australis waiting to be colonized. The theory that had driven European imagination for centuries was at last definitively buried. The Resolution returned to England on July 30th, 1775, after a voyage of 3 years and 18 days. Cook had sailed further south than any human being in history. He had circumnavigated the Antarctic continent, a continent he never saw but whose existence he had correctly inferred from the ice that surrounded it. He had visited dozens of Pacific islands, many for the first time, and produced charts of a quality and extent that staggered the geographical community. He had kept his crew alive through 3 years in the most hostile waters on Earth, losing only 4 men, 1 to disease, 1 to an accident, and 2 to exposure in a small boat mishap. The death rate on Cook's second voyage was so low that it constituted a revolution in maritime health, achieved through dietary innovation, rigorous hygiene, and the simple, radical insistence that the men under his command were human beings whose survival mattered. Cook was promoted to post captain and elected a Fellow of the Royal Society. He was awarded the Society's Copley Medal for his paper on the prevention of scurvy, a greater honor in the scientific community than any naval rank. He was 47 years old, famous, financially secure, and in a position to spend the rest of his life in comfortable retirement, writing his journals, advising the Admiralty, and watching his surviving children grow. He lasted less than a year on shore. The pull of the unknown was stronger than the pull of home. It had always been stronger. Cook's domestic life, however genuine his affection for Elizabeth and his children, had never been the center of his existence. The center was the ship, the chart, the horizon, the next question. And there was still one great question unanswered, one that had haunted European navigation since the days of Cabot and Cartier and Frobisher, and that no expedition had yet resolved: the Northwest Passage, west, a sea route through or around the top of North America, connecting the Atlantic to the Pacific. If it existed, it would be the most valuable trade route on Earth, a shortcut between Europe and Asia that would eliminate the need to sail around either Cape Horn or the Cape of Good Hope. Generations of explorers had searched for it from the Atlantic side, probing the bays and inlets of northern Canada, and every one of them had been defeated by ice, cold, and the sheer inhospitable vastness of the Arctic. But no one had ever searched for it from the Pacific side once, sailing north along the west coast of North America and looking for a passage leading east through the Arctic to the Atlantic. Cook volunteered for the command. The Admiralty, which had been planning such a voyage and had been casting about for a suitable leader, accepted immediately. Whether Cook's decision was driven by scientific curiosity, by restlessness, by the addictive lure of discovery, or by something darker, a need to push himself into ever more extreme environments, a compulsion that his friend and admirer James Boswell described as an inability to remain still, is impossible to know with certainty. What is certain is that he chose to go, and that the choice would cost him his life. He departed Plymouth on July the 12th, 1776, in command of the Resolution, once again accompanied by the Discovery under Captain Charles Clerke. His instructions were to sail to the Pacific via the Cape of Good Hope, cross the ocean to the coast of North America at approximately 45 degrees north, the latitude of modern-day Oregon, and then sail north along the coast, searching for any inlet or passage that might lead eastward through the continent to the Atlantic. If he found such a passage, he was to follow it as far as possible. If it proved impassable, he was to chart whatever coastline he encountered and return. The voyage to the Pacific was a reprise of familiar routes: south across the Atlantic, east around the Cape of Good Hope, across the Indian Ocean to New Zealand, and then north into the Pacific. Cook stopped at Tasmania, New Zealand, and the Cook Islands, revisiting peoples he had met on previous voyages and noting the changes that had occurred in his absence. At Tonga, he witnessed a ceremony of such complexity and cultural significance that his descriptions fill pages of his journal with detailed, respectful observation. In Tahiti, he was welcomed as a returning chief, showered with gifts, and entangled once again in the local politics that attended every European visit. But something had changed. The men who sailed with Cook on the third voyage, officers and sailors who had known him on previous expeditions, noticed a difference in their commander that they struggled to articulate. Cook was harder. His temper, which had always been quick but controlled, flared more frequently and with less provocation. His punishments became more severe. When islanders stole equipment, a chronic problem on every Pacific voyage, driven by the irresistible appeal of European iron, cloth, and tools to peoples who had never seen such materials, Cook responded with a harshness that startled his officers. He ordered thieves flogged with a brutality that exceeded even the loose standards of the era. On one occasion, he ordered a man's ears cut off. On another, he burned houses and destroyed canoes in retaliation for the theft of a goat. His journal entries from the third voyage are shorter, less reflective, and more irritable than those from the first and second. The man who had written with such careful, measured curiosity about the Tahitians and the Maori now wrote with a weariness that bordered on contempt. The societies he had once observed with genuine interest now seemed to annoy him. The thefts, the misunderstandings, the endless negotiations required to obtain food and water, interactions that he had handled with patience on previous voyages, now provoked disproportionate anger. Historians have debated the cause of Cook's deterioration for 2 centuries. Some attribute it to physical illness, possibly a parasitic infection picked up during his years in the tropics, which may have caused the intestinal distress that his officers noted with increasing frequency. Others point to simple exhaustion. Cook had spent the better part of a decade in the most demanding conditions on Earth, and even his iron constitution had limits. Still others suggest that the change was psychological, that the cumulative weight of command, of responsibility for men's lives in environments where any mistake was fatal, of years spent far from home with no companionship except the sea and his own thoughts, had worn through the layers of discipline and self-control that had always been Cook's defining characteristics, exposing something rawer and more volatile beneath. Whatever the cause, the symptoms were visible. Lieutenant James King, who admired Cook deeply and would later edit his journals for publication, noted in his private writings that the captain's behavior had become unpredictable, oscillating between the meticulous professionalism of the old Cook and episodes of rage that seemed disproportionate to their causes. The crew adapted as crews always do by learning to read their commander's moods and steering clear of him when the storm signals were flying. But the officers worried. A man whose judgment could not be relied upon was a man who could get them all killed. In January 1778, while sailing northeast from Tahiti toward the North American coast, Cook stumbled upon a discovery that he had not been looking for, and that would, in the long arc of history, prove more significant than anything else the third voyage produced. He found Hawaii. The Hawaiian Islands, an archipelago of volcanic peaks rising from the deep Pacific, the most isolated inhabited landmass on Earth 2,000 miles from the nearest continent, had been settled by Polynesian navigators sometime between the 4th and 12th centuries in one of the most extraordinary feats of maritime exploration in human history. These navigators had crossed thousands of miles of open ocean in double-hulled sailing canoes, navigating by the stars, the swells, the flight patterns of birds, and a tradition of wayfinding knowledge passed down through generations that was, in its way, as sophisticated and as hard-won as anything the Royal Society could produce. They had found and colonized every habitable island in the Pacific, from New Zealand to Hawaii to Easter Island, across a triangle of ocean covering 10 million square miles, a feat of exploration that dwarfed anything the Europeans had accomplished, and that had been achieved centuries before Magellan was born. Cook arrived at the islands during the season of Makahiki, a months-long festival dedicated to the god Lono, a deity associated with fertility, agriculture, and peace. The timing was coincidental, but its consequences were profound. The Hawaiians' initial reception of Cook was extraordinary in its warmth and ceremony. Thousands of canoes paddled out to meet the Resolution and the Discovery. chiefs came aboard bearing elaborate gifts. The priests of Lono conducted rituals in Cook's presence that suggested though the exact nature of the association remains a subject of scholarly debate, that the Hawaiians identified Cook, or at least his arrival, with the return of Lono himself. Cook spent several weeks at the islands trading, observing, and replenishing his supplies. He then sailed north to fulfill his primary mission, the search for the Northwest Passage. He reached the coast of North America in March 1778 at approximately the latitude of modern-day Oregon and turned north. Over the following months, he charted the coast from Oregon to Alaska, mapping with his customary precision a coastline that no European had ever systematically surveyed. He passed through the Aleutian Islands, entered the Bering Strait, and pushed north into the Arctic Ocean until the ice stopped him, as it had stopped him in the Antarctic. The Northwest Passage, if it existed, was blocked by ice that made navigation impossible. Cook turned back. He returned to Hawaii in late November 1778, intending to winter in the islands before making another attempt at the Arctic Passage the following summer. His arrival again coincided with the Makahiki season, and the welcome he received was again spectacular. The Resolution and the Discovery anchored in Kealakekua Bay on the west coast of the Big Island of Hawaii on January 17, 1779, and were greeted by a fleet of canoes so numerous that the water between the ships and the shore was invisible beneath them. Cook estimated that 10,000 people lined the cliffs and beaches. The priests of Lono conducted ceremonies that placed Cook at the center of the religious observance. He was draped in red cloth, offered gifts of pigs and taro and kapa, and led through rituals whose significance he imperfectly understood but whose solemnity he recognized. For 3 weeks, the visit proceeded peacefully. The Hawaiians provided food in enormous quantities. The sailors mingled with the islanders. Trade was conducted. Astronomical observations were taken. Cook's officers explored the bay and the surrounding countryside, recording their observations with varying degrees of insight and prejudice. Then Cook departed. On February 4th, 1779, the Resolution and the Discovery sailed out of Kealakekua Bay and headed north. The Makahiki season was ending. The departure aligned with the ritual calendar's transition from the season of Lono to the season of Ku, the god of war. In the symbolic framework of Hawaiian religion, Lono was supposed to leave. Cook, by departing, was fulfilling the expected pattern. But Cook came back. A storm damaged the Resolution's foremast almost immediately after departure, and Cook returned to Kealakekua Bay on February 11th to make repairs. This return was, in the context of Hawaiian religious symbolism, deeply problematic. Lono was not supposed to return. The season of peace had ended. The season of war had begun. Cook's reappearance disrupted the ritual order in ways that the Hawaiian priests and chiefs could not easily accommodate, and the atmosphere in the bay shifted with a speed that the British found bewildering. The warmth evaporated. The crowds that had greeted the ships on their first arrival were absent. The chiefs who had been generous now seemed evasive. Thefts from the ships, which had been manageable during the first visit, escalated dramatically. Tools, rope, ironwork, even one of the Discovery's boats were taken with a brazenness that suggested the Hawaiians no longer regarded the British as sacred visitors deserving of deference. The social contract, whatever its terms had been broken by Cook's return, and both sides could feel the change without being able to name it or negotiate it. Cook's response to the escalating tensions was shaped by the deterioration in judgment that his officers had been observing for months. The old Cook, the Cook of the first and second voyages, would have recognized the danger signals and withdrawn. He had done so before at other islands when the atmosphere turned hostile. He had written in his journal about the importance of avoiding confrontation with indigenous peoples, about the futility of violence as a tool of diplomacy, about the obligation of the visitor to respect the customs and sensitivities of the visited. But the old Cook was fading, and what was emerging in his place was something harder and more brittle. a man who interpreted theft as personal insult, who responded to challenge with force, and who had lost the ability to step back from a confrontation once he had entered it. On the night of February 13th, the Discovery's cutter, a large boat essential for ship operations with Kurasikawarinmos, was stolen from its mooring. Cook was furious. He had dealt with thefts throughout the Pacific by taking hostages, seizing a chief, and holding them until the stolen property was returned. The method had worked before, though it had always carried risks that Cook's earlier self had managed with care. On the morning of February 14th, Cook went ashore with a party of 10 Marines armed with muskets and marched to the residence of the Hawaiian King Kalaniʻopuʻu with the intention of taking him aboard the Resolution as a hostage until the cutter was returned. The king initially agreed to accompany Cook, but as the party made its way toward the beach, the king's wives and advisors intervened, weeping and pleading with him not to go aboard the foreign ship. A crowd gathered. The mood was volatile. Word arrived that a Hawaiian chief had been killed by British sailors at the other end of the bay, shot while trying to leave in a canoe during a blockade Cook had ordered to prevent boats from leaving until the cutter was recovered. The news transformed the crowd. What had been tense became explosive. Cook reached the water's edge and realized that the situation had deteriorated beyond his ability to control it. Thousands of Hawaiians surrounded his small party. The Marines, 10 men with single-shot muskets that took 30 seconds to reload, were absurdly outnumbered. Cook turned to face the crowd. What happened in the next few minutes has been described by multiple eyewitnesses whose accounts diverge on specifics but agree on the essential sequence. A warrior approached Cook and threatened him with a dagger, an iron dagger, almost certainly made from metal traded by the British during the earlier visit. Cook fired one barrel of his double-barreled musket, loaded with small shot. The shot struck the warrior's protective matting and failed to penetrate. The crowd surged forward. The Marines fired a volley. Several Hawaiians fell, but the volley, rather than intimidating the crowd, enraged it. The warriors charged. Cook was struck from behind with a club. He fell forward into the shallow water, face down. He was struck again. He tried to rise. He was stabbed with daggers and spears. The Marines fled for the boats, several of them killed in the water as they tried to swim to safety. The boats pulled away from the shore, the surviving Marines firing as they retreated. James Cook died in the shallows of Kealakekua Bay on February 14, 1779. He was 50 years old. The men on the boats watched from offshore as the Hawaiians carried Cook's body up the beach and disappeared with it into the trees beyond the shoreline. The officers aboard the Resolution trained their telescopes on the coast and saw nothing, only the empty beach, the surf breaking over the rocks where their captain had fallen, and the smoke from fires that they could not interpret and did not want to imagine. What followed was a period of confused grief, rage, and negotiation that lasted nearly a week. Charles Clerke, the captain of the Discovery, assumed command of the expedition. Clerke was already dying. He had been suffering from tuberculosis for months, his lungs slowly filling with fluid, his body wasting despite his efforts to conceal his condition from the crew. He was 38 years old and looked 60, but he was calm. He was competent, and he understood that the situation required diplomacy rather than vengeance. However loudly some of the officers and men demanded the latter. The British wanted Cook's body returned. The Hawaiians, it gradually became clear, had treated Cook's remains according to the rituals reserved for a high chief, which is to say the flesh had been removed from the bones. The bones had been distributed among the principal chiefs as sacred relics, and certain organs had been consumed in a ceremony whose significance the British found horrifying, but which, in Hawaiian cultural terms, represented the highest form of honor. The Hawaiians were not desecrating Cook's body. They were consecrating it. The distinction was lost on men who were mourning their captain and who saw only the butchery of a friend. Over several days, portions of Cook's remains were returned to the British. His hands, recognizable by a distinctive scar, some long bones, and his skull. The bones were placed in a coffin weighted with cannonballs and committed to the waters of Kealakekua Bay on the evening of February 21, 1779, as the Resolution's cannons fired a salute and the ship's company stood bareheaded on deck while the light failed over the Pacific and the coffin sank into the deep water where the reef dropped away into blackness. Some of the men wept. Some stared in silence. The chaplain read the burial service, his voice thin against the sound of the waves, speaking words composed for English churchyards and country funerals that had never before been spoken over a body laid to rest in a Hawaiian bay at the edge of the known world. Clerk sailed the Resolution and the Discovery north, back toward the Arctic, to make one final attempt at the Northwest Passage. It was a gesture of professional duty that bordered on the heroic, given Clerk's physical condition and the crew's shattered morale. They reached the Bering Strait again in the summer of 1779, probed the ice once more, and were stopped once more. Clerk turned back. He died on August 22, 1779, somewhere in the waters off Kamchatka, and was buried on the Russian coast. Command passed to Lieutenant John Gore, who brought both ships home to England on October 4, 1780, more than 4 years after their departure. The news of Cook's death reached England months before the ships did, carried by dispatches forwarded through Russia. The reaction was extraordinary. Cook had become, in the decades since his first voyage, something close to a national hero. Not the swashbuckling, treasure-hunting kind of hero that Drake had been, but something quieter and more modern. A hero of knowledge, a man who had expanded the boundaries of the known world through skill and courage and the meticulous accumulation of fact. His death was mourned not only in England but across Europe. The French, who were at war with Britain at the time, had issued orders that Cook's ships were not to be molested if encountered, a gesture of respect for scientific achievement that transcended national hostility and that has no real parallel in modern warfare. When the Resolution and the Discovery passed through waters patrolled by French and American warships while the American Revolution was still in progress, they were allowed to pass unmolested. Benjamin Franklin himself had issued a safe conduct for Cook's vessels, writing that the expedition's contribution to human knowledge placed it above the quarrels of nations. Cook's legacy is vast, complicated, and impossible to reduce to a single judgment. He mapped more of the Earth's surface than any individual before or since. His charts of the Pacific, of New Zealand, of Australia, of the Antarctic approaches remained in use for generations and in some cases for more than a century after his death. His methods of preventing scurvy saved thousands of lives and pointed the way toward the dietary understanding that would eventually eliminate the disease from long-distance sailing. His astronomical observations, his records of ocean currents and wind patterns, his detailed descriptions of the flora, fauna, and peoples of the Pacific contributed to virtually every branch of natural science and laid the groundwork for the systematic exploration of the 19th century. He was also inescapably an agent of empire. The coastlines he charted became the frontiers of British colonial expansion. His visit to Botany Bay led directly to the establishment of the Australian penal colony in 1788 and the dispossession of Aboriginal peoples that continues to reverberate in Australian society today. His encounters with the Maori foreshadowed the colonization of New Zealand and the land wars that would devastate Maori communities in the 19th century. His discovery of Hawaii opened the islands to Western contact and began a process of cultural and demographic transformation that would result within a century in the near collapse of the native Hawaiian population and the overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy by American sugar planters. Cook did not intend these consequences. He was not a conquistador. He did not seek to conquer, enslave, or destroy. He sought to know. But knowledge once obtained is not neutral. A chart that allows a navigator to find a harbor also allows a colonial administrator to claim it. A survey that maps a coastline also inventories its resources for exploitation. Cook's scientific achievements and their colonial consequences are not separate stories that happen to share a protagonist. They are the same story, told from different angles, and the angle from which you view them determines whether Cook appears as one of history's great benefactors or one of its most effective, if unintentional, instruments of destruction. The Hawaiians remember him differently than the British do. In the years and decades that followed Cook's death, Kealakekua Bay became a site of contested memory, a place where two civilizations' understanding of what had happened and what it meant diverged so completely that they might have been describing different events on different planets. For the British, Cook was a martyr to exploration, a man of science killed by savages who could not comprehend what he represented. For the Hawaiians, Cook was a powerful stranger who had been welcomed as a god, who had violated the terms of his welcome by returning when he should have stayed away, and whose death was not murder, but the inevitable consequence of a sacred order disrupted. Neither narrative is complete. Both contain truth. The space between them is the space where the entire age of exploration lives, a space defined by the impossibility of encounter between civilizations so different that even their categories of understanding share no common ground. Cook's death did not end European exploration of the Pacific, any more than Magellan's death had ended the circumnavigation. The process he had advanced so dramatically continued, driven by the same combination of scientific curiosity, commercial ambition, and imperial competition that had powered it from the beginning. French expeditions under La Pérouse and d'Entrecasteaux explored the western Pacific and the coasts of Northeast Asia. British and American traders pushed into the North Pacific, establishing the fur trade that would draw European attention to the northwest coast of North America. Whalers from New England and Nantucket penetrated the remotest waters of the Southern Ocean, hunting the great whales with a single-minded ferocity that would bring several species to the edge of extinction. Missionaries followed the traders and the whalers, carrying the gospel into societies that had developed their own spiritual traditions over millennia and that had not asked for salvation. By the end of the 18th century, the broad contours of the globe were known. Every continent had been identified. Every major ocean had been crossed. The sea routes between the world's major ports were charted and regularly traveled. The blank spaces on European maps had shrunk to a few stubborn holdouts. The interiors of Africa and Australia, the polar regions, the scattered islands of the deep Pacific that had eluded the relatively narrow tracks of the major exploring expeditions. But the 19th century would bring a new phase of exploration, one driven by different motives and different technologies, and it would push into the last remaining unknowns with an intensity that matched anything the 16th century had produced. The interior of Africa, which Europeans had circled for 400 years without penetrating, became the obsession of a new generation of explorers who combined Victorian moral certainty with a physical toughness that the tropical climate tested to destruction. The search for the source of the Nile, the oldest geographical question in the Western tradition, dating back to Herodotus, consumed careers, destroyed friendships, and killed more men than most military campaigns. Livingstone, Burton, Speke, Stanley, Baker. These names became synonymous with African exploration, and their expeditions opened the interior of the continent to the European scramble for territory that would carve Africa into colonial possessions with a speed and a brutality that rivaled anything the conquistadors had accomplished in the Americas. David Livingstone, a Scottish missionary and physician, spent 30 years in Africa, crossing the continent from coast to coast, mapping lakes and rivers that no European had seen, and preaching a gospel of Christianity, commerce, and civilization that he believed would liberate Africa from the twin scourges of the slave trade and indigenous warfare. His famous encounter with Henry Morton Stanley, an Anglo-American journalist sent by the New York Herald to find Livingstone when the missionary had been out of contact for years, produced the most quoted line in the history of exploration, and one of the most banal. Stanley found Livingstone at the town of Ujiji on the shore of Lake Tanganyika in November 1871, and reportedly greeted him with the words, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume." The line has been repeated so many times that it has become a kind of cultural shorthand for the entire enterprise of African exploration. Polite, slightly absurd, and concealing beneath its surface courtesy the enormous violence of the context in which it was spoken. Livingstone died in Africa in 1873. His body carried hundreds of miles by his African companions to the coast for transport to England, where he was buried in Westminster Abbey with full national honors. His legacy is as contested as Cook's. He genuinely opposed the slave trade and worked to expose its horrors to the British public. He also genuinely believed that European civilization was superior to African civilization, and that the transformation of Africa along European lines was both desirable and inevitable. His explorations provided the geographical knowledge that made the scramble for Africa possible, and the scramble produced colonial regimes whose impact on African peoples was devastating and whose consequences continue to shape the continent today. Stanley, who had found Livingstone, returned to Africa on his own expeditions and proved to be a very different kind of explorer. Where Livingstone was gentle, Stanley was ruthless. Where Livingstone sought to persuade, Stanley compelled. His crossing of the Congo Basin in 1876 to 1877, during which he followed the Congo River from its source to the Atlantic, was a feat of endurance and logistics that rivaled anything in the history of exploration. And it was accomplished through a combination of diplomatic skill, military force, and a willingness to shoot his way through any obstacle that could not be negotiated past. Stanley's Congo expedition opened the interior of Central Africa to European exploitation, and the exploitation that followed, particularly under the brutal regime of King Leopold II of Belgium, who claimed the Congo as his personal property and established a system of forced labor that killed millions, represents one of the darkest chapters in the already dark history of European colonialism. The polar regions were the last great frontiers, and they drew explorers with a magnetic intensity that seems at this distance almost pathological. The Arctic had been probed by European ships since the 16th century, but the interior of the Arctic and the Antarctic continent itself remained unknown well into the 19th and 20th centuries. The search for the Northwest Passage, the same passage Cook had sought from the Pacific side, continued to consume ships and lives. Sir John Franklin's 1845 expedition, which attempted to navigate the passage with two of the most modern ships in the Royal Navy, vanished into the Canadian Arctic with 129 men and was never seen again. The search for Franklin's lost expedition became an obsession in its own right, spawning dozens of rescue missions over the following decade and producing, when the first physical evidence was finally found, a story of ice-locked ships, lead poisoning, starvation, and eventual cannibalism that haunted the Victorian imagination and refuses to release its grip on the modern one. The wrecks of Franklin's ships, the Erebus and the Terror, were finally discovered on the floor of the Arctic Ocean in 2014 and 2016, more than a century and a half after they sank, preserved by the cold water in a state of almost eerie completeness. The Antarctic, the continent Cook had circled without seeing, remained the last truly unknown landmass on Earth until the early 20th century. The first confirmed sighting of the Antarctic mainland occurred in 1820 by a Russian expedition under Fabian Gottlieb von Bellingshausen, though rival claims from British and American sailors ensure that the question of who actually saw Antarctica first remains contentious. But it was the heroic age of Antarctic exploration, in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, that produced the expeditions most deeply etched in popular memory. Expeditions that represented the final dramatic expression of the same impulse that had sent Henry the Navigator's caravels past Cape Bojador 4 centuries earlier. Ernest Shackleton, Robert Falcon Scott, Roald Amundsen. These names belong to a moment when the last blank spaces on the map were being filled in, when the human desire to stand in places where no human had ever stood was being tested against environments of a ferocity that made the jungles of Panama and the pack ice of the Southern Ocean seem almost hospitable by comparison. Amundsen reached the South Pole on December 14, 1911, leading a Norwegian team of 5 men with dog sleds, moving with a precision and efficiency that reflected years of Arctic experience and months of meticulous preparation. Scott reached the same point 34 days later, on January 17, 1912, leading a British team that was exhausted, demoralized, and running desperately low on food and fuel. Scott and his 4 companions died on the return journey, frozen to death in their tent 11 miles from a supply depot, their bodies found 8 months later by a search party that read Scott's final journal entries and wept. Shackleton's 1914 to 1916 expedition, the Endurance Expedition, in which his ship was trapped and crushed by pack ice in the Weddell Sea, forcing him and his crew to survive for months on drifting ice floes before making an 800-mile open boat journey across the Southern Ocean to South Georgia Island, is perhaps the greatest survival story in the history of exploration and a fitting capstone to the era that Henry the Navigator had begun. Shackleton saved every one of his 27 men. Not a single life was lost, despite conditions that by any rational calculation should have killed them all. The expedition achieved none of its stated objectives. It discovered no new territory. It advanced no scientific understanding. It was, by every conventional measure, a failure. But its stories record of leadership under impossible pressure, of human endurance pushed to its absolute limit and found sufficient, of men who refused to die in a landscape that offered nothing but death, has outlived every triumph of the age and continues to be told and retold as if the telling itself were a kind of survival. These Antarctic expeditions were the last acts of the age of exploration as it is traditionally understood. After Amundsen and Scott and Shackleton, there were no more continents to discover, no more poles to reach, no more passages to find. The map was complete. The blank spaces were filled. The world that Henry the Navigator had begun to reveal from his windswept promontory at Sagres was, at last, fully visible. Every coastline charted, every mountain range named, every ocean measured and sounded, and crossed and recrossed until its moods and patterns were as familiar to navigators as the streets of their home ports. But the completion of the map did not mean the completion of the story. The structures built during the age of exploration, the colonial empires, the trade networks, the patterns of migration and exploitation, the racial hierarchies that justified the entire enterprise, did not disappear when the last blank space was filled. They hardened, they deepened, they became the architecture of the modern world, and we live within that architecture tonight, whether we recognize it or not. The colonial empires that the age of exploration had created reached their maximum extent in the early 20th century. By 1914, European powers controlled approximately 84% of the Earth's land surface. The British Empire alone governed a quarter of the world's population. The French Empire stretched from West Africa to Southeast Asia. The Dutch held Indonesia. The Portuguese held Angola, Mozambique, and scattered territories across 3 continents. The Spanish Empire in the Americas had dissolved into independent nations over the course of the 19th century, but the cultural, linguistic, and racial hierarchies it had established persisted, and persist still, embedded in the social structures of every Latin American nation, visible in the correlation between skin color and economic status that Bartolomé de las Casas would have recognized and mourned. The decolonization of the 20th century, the dismantling of these empires, the emergence of independent nations across Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, was one of the most consequential political transformations in human history, and it was driven in large part by the very peoples whose ancestors had been the objects of European exploration. The maps that Cook and his successors had drawn, the borders that colonial administrators had imposed, the languages that missionaries had taught, the political concepts that European education had transmitted, all of these tools forged in the service of empire were turned against empire by the colonized peoples who had been forced to learn them. Indian nationalists quoted John Stuart Mill. African independence leaders cited the French Declaration of the Rights of Man. The rhetoric of liberty that European civilization had developed to describe its own internal struggles was applied with devastating logical consistency to the question of why that liberty should not extend to everyone. The process was neither swift nor painless. In some cases, India, Ghana, much of the Caribbean, decolonization was achieved through negotiation, protest, and the gradual exhaustion of imperial will. In others, Algeria, Vietnam, Kenya, Indonesia, Angola, Mozambique, it required armed struggle, guerrilla warfare and bloodshed on a scale that rivaled the colonial conquests themselves. The Algerian War of Independence, fought between 1954 and 1962, killed an estimated 1.5 million Algerians. The Vietnamese struggle against French and then American domination consumed decades and millions of lives. The Mau Mau uprising in Kenya, the Indonesian War of Independence against the Dutch, the long wars in Portuguese Africa, each of these conflicts represented the violent unwinding of relationships that had been established centuries earlier by men in small ships who had believed they possessed the right to claim whatever they found. The borders they left behind became the borders of independent nations, and those borders carried within them the seeds of future conflict. Colonial boundaries had been drawn to suit the administrative convenience of European powers, not to reflect the ethnic, linguistic, or cultural realities of the peoples they enclosed. Nigeria, a British creation, contained over 250 ethnic groups speaking over 500 languages, yoked together in a single state whose internal tensions would erupt into civil war within a decade of independence. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, carved from the personal empire of King Leopold and administered by Belgium with a paternalism that left the country with fewer than 30 university graduates at independence in 1960, descended into chaos almost immediately and has never fully recovered. Across Africa, across Asia, across the Pacific, the legacy of colonial borders, arbitrary lines drawn on maps by men who had never visited the territories they were dividing, continues to generate conflict, instability, and suffering that can be traced link by link back to the decisions made during the Age of Exploration and the centuries of colonial rule that followed. The economic structures are equally persistent. The global economy that emerged from the Age of Exploration was organized around a fundamental asymmetry. European nations extracted raw materials from their colonies and sold manufactured goods back to them at a markup that ensured the wealth flowed in one direction. Colonies produced sugar, cotton, rubber, copper, cocoa, coffee, palm oil, diamonds, gold, and human beings. The metropole produced textiles, machinery, weapons, and the financial instruments that made the entire system function. This pattern, raw material extraction in the global south, manufacturing and finance in the global north, did not end with decolonization. It adapted. The formal structures of colonial rule were replaced by informal structures of economic dependence that scholars have called neocolonialism, a system in which former colonies remain tied to the economies of their former colonizers through debt, trade agreements, currency arrangements, and the continuing control of key industries by foreign corporations. The commodity that most starkly illustrates this continuity is the one that started it all, spice, or rather, its modern equivalents. The pattern established when the Portuguese seized control of the clove trade in the Moluccas, a pattern in which a distant power controls the extraction and sale of a local resource, captures the majority of the profit, and leaves the producing community with a fraction of the wealth their labor creates, is visible today in the cobalt mines of the Congo, in the cocoa plantations of West Africa, in the coltan extraction that feeds the global electronics industry, in the oil fields of the Niger Delta where communities live in poverty atop some of the most valuable reserves on Earth. The specific commodities have changed. The structure has not. The Age of Exploration created a global economic architecture that concentrated wealth in Europe and later in North America, and that architecture has proven remarkably resistant to the political changes of the 20th and 21st centuries. The racial hierarchies that justified colonial exploitation have proven equally durable. The idea that human beings could be ranked by race, that some races were inherently superior in intelligence, morality, and capacity for self-governance, while others were inherently inferior and therefore suited to servitude, tutelage, or extermination, did not exist in any coherent form before the Age of Exploration. It was a product of the encounter between Europeans and the peoples they colonized, and it was developed, refined, and given pseudo-scientific legitimacy over the course of centuries by thinkers who were working backward from a conclusion that the colonial enterprise required. The conclusion was that European dominance was natural, deserved, and permanent. The evidence was assembled to fit. The racial categories that emerged from this process, white, black, Indian, mestizo, mulatto, and the dozens of intermediate classifications that colonial societies developed to calibrate a person's social status based on the precise mixture of their ancestry, its same mirror, were not descriptions of biological reality. They were tools of social control, invented to justify a system of exploitation that could not have functioned without them. A person's race determined what work they could do, where they could live, whom they could marry, what they could own, whether they could vote, whether they could testify in court, and whether they were legally a person at all. These categories were not natural. They were constructed deliberately and over centuries to serve the interests of the people who held power, and they have outlived the colonial systems that created them by decades, by generations, by centuries. The United States of America, a nation founded by colonists who had themselves rebelled against colonial rule, built its economy on enslaved African labor, fought a civil war over the right to continue enslaving people, and then constructed in the century following emancipation a system of legal segregation, economic exclusion, and racial violence that maintained the essential structure of racial hierarchy long after the formal institution of slavery had been abolished. The civil rights movement of the 20th century dismantled the legal framework of segregation, but the economic and social disparities that segregation was designed to maintain persist in measurable, documented, undeniable form, in wealth gaps, in incarceration rates, in health outcomes, in educational attainment, in the distribution of environmental hazards, in the 1,000 daily frictions and indignities that constitute the lived experience of race, in a society that has never fully reckoned with the system that created its racial categories in the first place. This is not ancient history. This is tonight. The world we inhabit as we lie here in the dark, listening to the wind or the silence or the hum of the building around us, this world was made by the processes this story has described. The language you are hearing these words in spread across the globe because of the age of exploration. The food on your table, the sugar, the coffee, the chocolate, the spices, the fruits and grains cultivated from seeds carried across oceans in the holds of ships, arrived in your kitchen through supply chains whose origins trace back to the colonial trading networks of the 16th and 17th centuries. The borders of the country you live in were drawn, directly or indirectly, as a consequence of European expansion. The racial categories that shape social experience in virtually every nation on Earth were invented during the colonial era to serve colonial purposes. And the diseases, even the diseases. The catastrophic exchange of pathogens that killed 90% of the indigenous population of the Americas in the century following contact established patterns of biological vulnerability that persist today. Indigenous communities in the Americas, in Australia, in the Pacific Islands continue to experience disproportionate rates of certain diseases, and the social conditions that produce this disparity, poverty, displacement, loss of traditional food systems, inadequate health care, the accumulated stress of centuries of dispossession, are themselves legacies of the age of exploration and the colonial systems it created. The question of how to reckon with this legacy is one of the defining moral challenges of the 21st century, and it admits no easy answers. The achievements of the age of exploration were real. The expansion of human knowledge, the mapping of the planet, the connection of previously isolated civilizations, the exchange of crops and technologies and ideas across oceans and continents. These were genuine accomplishments that expanded human possibility in ways that cannot be dismissed or undone. The potato, which originated in the Andes and was carried to Europe by Spanish explorers, became the staple food of Ireland, Germany, Poland, and Russia, feeding hundreds of millions of people who would otherwise have gone hungry. Maize, another American crop, transformed agriculture across Africa and Asia. The horse, reintroduced to the Americas by the Spanish after an absence of 10,000 years, revolutionized the cultures of the Great Plains and the Argentine Pampas. The global exchange of knowledge, mathematical, astronomical, medical, agricultural, navigational, that the age of exploration facilitated has been, on balance, enormously beneficial to the species as a whole. But the cost. The cost was paid in lives. Tens of millions of lives, perhaps hundreds of millions, lost to disease, warfare, enslavement, forced labor, famine, and the slow, grinding destruction of cultures that had sustained human communities for thousands of years before the first European sail appeared on their horizon. The cost was paid in freedom, in the 12.5 million Africans chained in the holds of slave ships, in the indigenous peoples conscripted to work mines and plantations until they died, in the generations born into servitude who never knew any other condition and were told by every authority they encountered that their servitude was natural, deserved, and ordained by God. The cost was paid in knowledge, in the languages that died when their last speakers were killed, in the oral histories that were never recorded, in the artistic traditions that were destroyed or suppressed, in the ways of understanding the world that were dismissed as primitive by people who had never troubled to learn them. The Inca had no written language, but they had a system of knotted strings called quipu that encoded information, census data, tax records, historical narratives, possibly even something approaching literature, in a format that Spanish missionaries systematically destroyed because they believed it was the work of the devil. We do not know what was recorded on those quipu. We will never know. The knowledge is gone, as irretrievably as the gold figures melted in Pizarro's furnaces, as permanently as the libraries burned, the elders murdered, the children taken from their families and forbidden to speak their own languages. This loss is incalculable. It cannot be converted into a number or a dollar figure or a policy recommendation. It exists as an absence at the center of human history, a silence where voices should be speaking, a darkness where light should be falling, a blankness on the map where someone's home used to be. The age of exploration filled in the blank spaces on European maps. In doing so, it created blank spaces of a different kind, absences in the human record that can never be filled, knowledge that can never be recovered, peoples and cultures and ways of being human that were erased so thoroughly that we cannot even properly name what was lost. To sit with this, to hold in the mind simultaneously the achievement and the atrocity, the courage and the cruelty, the expansion of human knowledge and the destruction of human lives, is deeply uncomfortable. The human mind resists complexity of this kind. It wants heroes or villains, triumph or tragedy, a story that moves in one direction toward a single conclusion. The age of exploration refuses to cooperate. It is simultaneously the story of humanity's greatest adventure and humanity's greatest crime, and the two are not separate narratives that happen to overlap. They are the same narrative, driven by the same forces, carried in the same ships, executed by the same hands. Prince Henry sent his ships south to find gold and a route to India. They found gold. They also found human beings to enslave, and they enslaved them without hesitation. And the man who history celebrates as the father of exploration was also, in plain and documented fact, one of the founders of the Atlantic slave trade. Columbus crossed the Atlantic with courage that is impossible not to admire, and arrived with intentions that are impossible to defend. Magellan forced the strait with a determination that borders on the superhuman, and he died because his faith made him reckless, and his recklessness made him stupid. Cook mapped the Pacific with a precision that advanced human knowledge by decades, and the maps he made enabled the dispossession of the peoples he had treated with more respect than any explorer before him. Pizarro destroyed an empire with 168 men and an act of treachery so perfectly executed that military historians still study it, and the civilization he destroyed was more sophisticated in its engineering, its agriculture, and its social organization than the one he represented. These are not contradictions that can be resolved. They are the truth, in its full, unsanitized, irreducible complexity. And the only honest response to truth of this kind is to look at it without flinching, to refuse the comfort of simple narratives, and to carry the weight of the full story even when, especially when, that weight is difficult to bear. The ships have all come home now. The last blank spaces have been filled. The age that began with a handful of Portuguese caravels creeping past Cape Bojador has ended, and the world it created is the world we live in. Every nation on earth bears the fingerprints of the age of exploration, for good and for ill, in its borders, its languages, its economies, its racial hierarchies, its religions, its foods, its diseases, its wealth, and its poverty. The process that began when Prince Henry heard stories of African gold in the captured city of Ceuta has not stopped. It has merely changed form. The ships are container vessels now, and they carry not spices and gold, but consumer electronics and petroleum and soybeans, and they follow routes that Vasco da Gama and Magellan would recognize, and the profits still flow, as they have always flowed, toward the centers of power and away from the periphery. But the story does not end with economics and politics and the distribution of wealth. It does not end with guilt or reckoning or the careful weighing of achievement against atrocity. It ends, or rather it pauses, because a story this large never truly ends, with something simpler and more fundamental. It pauses with the sea. The sea does not remember. The Atlantic carries no record of the slave ships that crossed it, no echo of the screaming in its swells, no trace of the millions of bodies it received. The Pacific keeps no account of the men who died of scurvy in its blue emptiness. No memorial for Magellan or Cook or the nameless sailors who perished of thirst and starvation on voyages that history has forgotten. The Indian Ocean does not mourn the peoples whose cultures were shattered by the ships that crossed it. The sea is indifferent. It was indifferent before the first caravel set sail, and it will be indifferent long after the last container ship rusts at anchor. And yet, it was the sea that carried the question. It was the sea that made the asking possible. Before the first ship sailed beyond the sight of land, every human community existed in isolation so complete that the people of one valley might live and die without knowing that the people of the next valley existed. The sea was the barrier, and the sea was the bridge, and the moment the first human being pushed a log into the water and discovered that it would float, that moment, which happened independently on every continent, in every era, in every culture that lived within sight of water, was the moment that the story we have been telling tonight became inevitable. Not its specific horrors, not its specific glories, but its essential arc. The arc of a species that cannot stop asking what lies beyond the horizon. That impulse did not begin with Prince Henry. It did not begin with the Portuguese or the Spanish or the Chinese, whose own maritime expeditions under Admiral Zheng He in the early 15th century sent fleets of enormous treasure ships across the Indian Ocean decades before Vasco da Gama, and then stopped, for reasons that historians still debate: a change of emperor, a shift in court politics, a civilization that looked inward at the moment Europe looked outward, a decision whose consequences rippled across centuries and continents. The impulse did not begin with any nation or any era. It began with the species. It is woven into whatever it is that makes us human. The restlessness, the curiosity, the inability to stand at the edge of the known and not wonder about the unknown. It is the same impulse that sent the first humans out of Africa 100,000 years ago, walking into landscapes they had never seen, following coastlines to their ends and river valleys to their sources, crossing land bridges and island chains and frozen straits until every habitable corner of the planet had a human footprint on it. The age of exploration was not an invention of 15th century Europe. It was the latest expression of something as old as the species itself. The compulsion to move, to see, to know, to go. The Polynesian navigators who settled Hawaii understood this. They had crossed the Pacific in open canoes, reading the stars and the waves with a precision that European instruments could not match. And they had done it not because they were fleeing something, but because they were seeking something. New islands, new fishing grounds, new possibilities, the sheer exhilarating terror of sailing into water where no one had ever sailed before. The Norse who reached Newfoundland around the year 1000 understood it. The Arab merchants who sailed the monsoon routes between East Africa and India centuries before the Portuguese arrived understood it. The Chinese, the Malay, the Polynesian, the Norse, the Arab, every seafaring culture in human history has produced its own age of exploration, its own era of pushing into the unknown, its own reckoning with what was found there and what was done about it. What made the European age of exploration different was not the impulse. The impulse was universal. What made it different was the combination of technology, economics, and ideology that transformed the impulse from a human characteristic into a world historical force. The caravel and the cannon, the compass and the astrolabe, the joint stock company and the encomienda, the papal bull and the requerimiento, the profit motive and the salvation narrative. These tools, material, financial, ideological, gave the European version of the exploratory impulse a reach and a destructive power that no previous expression of it had possessed. The Polynesians explored the Pacific and settled its islands without conquering or enslaving anyone. The Chinese treasure fleet sailed the Indian Ocean and returned home without establishing colonies or slave trading posts. The Norse reached North America and then withdrew, leaving behind nothing but a few ruins in Newfoundland. It was the Europeans, and specifically the Western Europeans, of the 15th and 16th centuries, armed with a particular set of technologies and driven by a particular set of economic and religious convictions, who turned exploration into empire, discovery into conquest, contact into catastrophe. This specificity matters. It is tempting to universalize the guilt, to say that any civilization with the same tools would have done the same thing, that the atrocities of the age of exploration were simply the inevitable consequence of technological superiority meeting vulnerability. Perhaps. We cannot run the experiment again with different variables. We cannot know what the Polynesians would have done with gunpowder, or what the Chinese would have done if Zheng He's voyages had continued for another century. We can only know what happened. And what happened was that a specific set of peoples from a specific corner of the world, with specific tools and specific beliefs, reshaped the planet in ways that were simultaneously magnificent and monstrous, and that the world they made is the world we have inherited. The inheritance is not optional. We do not get to choose which parts of this history to accept and which to discard. The language you are hearing was carried across the Atlantic on the same ships that carried enslaved Africans. The crops that feed the world were exchanged through the same networks that transmitted smallpox. The political ideas that underpin modern democracy, such as individual rights, the consent of the governed, the rule of law, were developed in societies that practiced slavery, colonialism, and genocide. And the contradiction between the ideas and the practices was not a paradox, but a feature, because the ideas were never meant to apply to everyone. They were meant to apply to the people who looked like the people who wrote them down. The long, painful, still incomplete process of extending those ideas to all human beings, regardless of race, origin, religion, or continent, is itself one of the legacies of the age of exploration. Born from the collision between European ideals and European behavior, between what the explorers' civilizations claimed to believe and what the explorers' civilizations actually did. Las Casas understood this. He was a man of his time in every way except the one that mattered most. He could see the gap between his civilization's rhetoric and its reality, and the gap appalled him. He spent his life trying to close it, and he failed. And the gap persists. And the effort persists too, carried forward by people on every continent who have looked at the world the age of exploration created and said, this is not good enough. This can be better. This must be better. Whether it will be better is not a question this story can answer. History describes what happened. It does not prescribe what should happen next. The men and women whose lives we have traced tonight, Imoriushis, Henry, Columbus, Magellan, Pizarro, Cook, the unnamed millions who were enslaved and displaced and killed, the unnamed millions who resisted and adapted and survived, they made their choices. And their choices made our world, and now the choices are ours. What we do with this inheritance, how we reckon with its costs, how we build on its achievements, how we ensure that the impulse to explore and to know does not again become an instrument of domination and destruction. These are questions for the living, not the dead. The dead are beyond questions. They are beyond reckoning. Atahualpa is beyond reckoning. Murdered in a courtyard at the age of 30 with a borrowed Christian name and a garrote around his throat. The Taino are beyond reckoning. Reduced from millions to hundreds in a single generation by diseases they could not see and violence they could not escape. The 12 million Africans who crossed the Atlantic in chains are beyond reckoning. Their individual names lost, their individual stories swallowed by the enormity of the system that consumed them. Magellan is beyond reckoning. His bones scattered in the shallows of Mactan. Cook is beyond reckoning. His remains sunk in the waters of Kealakequa Bay. The Inca goldsmiths, whose life's work was melted into ingots, are beyond reckoning. The Aztec poets, whose verses were never transcribed, are beyond reckoning. The Aboriginal Australians, whose country was claimed by a man standing on the deck of a Whitby collier, are beyond reckoning. The dead do not need our guilt. They do not need our admiration. They do not need our pity. They need nothing from us at all. But we need something from them. We need their story. Not because it is comfortable. It is not comfortable. Not because it is inspiring. It is inspiring in places and horrifying in others, and frequently both at once. We need their story because it is ours. Because the world does not become legible without it. Because the inequalities we live among, the borders we cross or cannot cross, the languages we speak, the foods we eat, the assumptions we carry about which peoples and cultures and ways of being human are normal and which are exotic. All of these things were shaped by the events this story has described, and to navigate the world without understanding how it was made is to walk through a house in the dark, bumping into furniture whose location you have never learned. The age of exploration ended. The age it created did not. And so we return at the end to where we began, to a courtyard in the Peruvian highlands, where a man who could neither read nor write stood at the edge of the most consequential ambush in the history of the Western Hemisphere, watching a golden litter approach through the thin mountain air, carried by lords in blue livery who did not know they were walking into a trap. The sunlight caught the gold and threw it back in fragments, and the singing of Atahualpa's attendants echoed across the stones of Cajamarca, and the horses trembled in the buildings around the plaza, their riders' hands slick on their weapons, and somewhere in the hidden rooms a soldier crossed himself and whispered a prayer to a god who was about to be invoked as justification for a massacre. That moment contained everything: the greed and the courage, the technological mastery and the moral blindness, the sheer improbability of 168 men facing 80,000. The absolute certainty in Pizarro's mind that what he was about to do was both necessary and right, and the absolute inability in Atahualpa's mind to imagine that anyone would dare. The diseases already moving through the empire like a slow fire, killing people who would never see a Spanish face, the gold that would be melted, the language that would be imposed, the children who would be born into a world that their grandparents would not have recognized. The centuries of consequence folded into 90 minutes of violence on a November afternoon, in a city 13,000 feet above the sea, under a sky so blue and so clear that it must have seemed to the men who looked up at it in their final moments impossibly beautiful. The cannon fired. The horses screamed. The litter bearers held their ground, and held their ground, and held their ground until the swords took their hands, and their hands could hold nothing. And the world changed. Not slowly, not gradually, not in the way that most historical change occurs through the accumulation of small decisions and incremental shifts that are visible only in retrospect. The world changed in an afternoon, on a stone plaza, in a place whose name most people alive today have never heard, and the echoes of that change are still moving through the corridors of the present. still shaping the lives of people who have never been told why the world looks the way it does, still reverberating in the structures and the silences and the stubborn, persistent inequalities that constitute the modern condition. Cajamarca was not the beginning. We have seen the beginning, and it was a promontory on the Portuguese coast, a prince with a vision, a caravel nosing past a cape that sailors had feared for generations, and Cajamarca was not the end. The end, if there is an end, has not yet arrived. The world that the Age of Exploration made is still being made, still being contested, still being reimagined by the billions of people who live within it and who carry in their languages and their genes and their cuisines and their borders and their memories and their forgettings the traces of everything we have described tonight. The sea is still there. It is still indifferent. The Atlantic still rolls between the continents it once separated and now connects. The Pacific still stretches its immensity between Asia and the Americas, still vast enough to humble any ship that crosses it. The Indian Ocean still carries its freight of commerce and history between Africa and India and Southeast Asia, its monsoon winds still blowing on the schedule they have kept for millennia. The Southern Ocean still circles Antarctica, its storms still the most violent on Earth, its ice still grinding and calving and reforming in a cycle that predates human memory and will outlast human civilization. The oceans do not remember. They do not need to. We are the ones who remember. We are the ones who carry the story, who hold it in trust for the people who lived it and the people who will inherit what it made. This has been the story of the Age of Exploration, all of it. From the caravels to the colonies, from the compass to the consequences, from the first hopeful departure to the last honest reckoning. It is a story with no hero and no villain, or rather, a story in which almost everyone is both, in which courage and cruelty occupy the same body, in which the hand that holds the sextant also holds the sword, and the ship that carries the naturalist also carries the cannon, and the map that expands human knowledge also enables human suffering. It is the most important story in the last 1,000 years of human history, and it is the hardest to tell honestly because honesty requires holding things together that the mind wants to separate, the wonder and the horror, the achievement and the atrocity, the beauty of a ship under full sail on an ocean no one has ever crossed, and the ugliness of what waits at the end of the voyage. We have held them together tonight. We have not looked away. And now the story is yours, to carry, to think about, to argue with, to complicate further as you learn more, to set against the visible structures of the world you wake up to in the morning and ask for each one, how did this get here? Whose labor built it? Whose land was it taken from? Whose language was silenced so that this one could be spoken? Whose story was erased so that this one could be told? These are not comfortable questions. They were never meant to be. But they are necessary ones, and the capacity to ask them, to look at the world clearly, to see its origins without flinching, to hold complexity without collapsing it into simplicity, is itself a kind of courage. Not the courage of the men who sailed into the unknown, though that was real enough. A quieter courage, the courage to know and to keep knowing, even when the knowledge is heavy, even when it would be easier to look away. The room is dark around you now. The story is done. The ships have all come home, or they have sunk, or they have been forgotten, their timbers long since returned to the sea that carried them. The sailors have been dead for centuries. The empires they built have risen and fallen and left their marks on every continent. The oceans they crossed are the same oceans that existed before them, and that will exist after everything they built has crumbled to dust and been washed away. But tonight, for a few hours, we crossed those oceans with them. We stood on the decks. We watched the horizons. We saw the coastlines emerge from the mist, strange and beautiful and terrifying, full of people and animals and landscapes that no one from our world had ever seen. We felt the hunger and the fear and the awe. We heard the cannon and the singing and the silence that followed both. And now the wind is falling. The sails are slack. The ship is steady on a quiet sea, and the stars are out. The same stars that Gil Eanes saw when he finally rounded Cape Bojador. The same stars that Columbus watched sink behind the eastern horizon. The same stars that Magellan's crew followed across the Pacific. The same stars that Cook measured with his sextant in the freezing waters of the Antarctic. They are the same stars you can see from your window, if you look. They have not changed. They will not change. They were there before any ship sailed, and they will be there after the last ship returns, and they do not care who claims the ocean beneath them, or what flags are planted on the shores their light touches. The stars are indifferent, like the sea. But you are not. You are here. You are listening. You carry the story now. Let it carry you to sleep. The night is long, and there is no rush, and the whole world, the whole wounded, extraordinary, endlessly complicated world, will still be there in the morning, waiting to be understood. Close your eyes. The voyage is over. Rest now.